as the main thing and Tailspire on top of that, because it's not going to be moving very often. Anyways.
I'm like, why are these guys talking about rolling dice? I'm here to fight for the Emperor here.
Actually, what even directory am I in? Hold on.
Oh, madam.
I'm in Tailspire still. Technically, I'm not wrong. Alright. If Pat's gonna be late and Greg's not gonna be here, what we're gonna do is go ahead and start reading all of the stuff on Discord. Alright, I have screen capture on my right-hand side. Oh yeah. Don't look at my right-hand side screen. I'm doing screen capture instead of window capture.
You could have put the Discord recaps on there. That's cool.
Well, just capturing my other monitor, but there could be some raunchy things on here. Yeah, I could go into my DM.
That skateboard that Andrew's gonna buy us.
I can go into DMs with Gronk, and it's just full of.
Oh, by the way, I used to skateboard for like 8 years, so I might just farm D6s for you guys. Is it per kickflip or is it? That'd be pretty rad.
I used to shred some. I don't know.
I shred ass.
Any was it tech decks or something?
Any tech
Fuck
deckers
yeah,
in
I
the
love
chat?
those.
Alright, the first one on the board is Dan's. He got in on it pretty early. He did it, what, the day right after?
Or you should just edit it throughout the week.
Mm-hmm. So... No,
it's no, I make it legible and not a pain to read.
154 Logistics and Murmurs of Yakub. Did you spell that right? Hold on, Andrew, confirm. Is that how you spell Yakub?
Y-A-K-U-B.
Okay, okay, good.
Passes the check, he's good.
GIF 1, if Zip ever gets fired from the arrow, that's from Warcraft 2, right?
Nope.
Warcraft 3?
Warhammer Online, Age of Reckoning.
That's World of Warcraft?
Yep.
It's from Star Wars?
Yes, it's the one.
Yeah. If Zip gets ever fired from arrow, GIF 2, which is Mr. Krabs being surprised, Adam's face when the cringing staff was bought, and GIF 3, which is a heart emoji that opens up into Yakub, my beloved. An avid enjoyer of magnets could be waiting for us on the Agonia. Yeah, you guys have never seen what the Master Brain looks like, and Pat's not here to describe it for himself. It could have been Yakub. An obligatory SpongeBob, conspicuous banana salesman. You mean you've never heard of the Skeezy Waves Company? The league silk-selling, bouquet-bringing, seafoam-sipping, squid-soliciting, calamari crystallizing, skeevy waves company. That was pretty good. Alright, and someone did a laughing, crying emoji. Oh, it's Joy, excuse me. Okay. I thought
What's
Dan...
that, like dog whistle for a child?
No, that's a different one.
Oh,
I'll put a reaction on your thing, because that was Greg. I thought you did that your own reaction to yourself.
Oh my god, no. I wouldn't do that.
It's this one.
Oh,
Alright.
that's that one. Okay.
Andrew's gonna buy us all monorail.
It looks cool. It does look cool.
$200 for this? I feel like I've seen worse. But then again, this thing probably could be like...
Is it just for balancing? Is that the...
I don't know. I feel like the deck, though, it looks like it's a piece of shit.
It's not got any grip on it.
You
Yeah.
gotta put your own grip.
Oh, yeah. Why do I
Gotta
put my own
get
grip
good,
tape?
For $200, the grip doesn't come with it.
So if it's $200, you're just buying the fucking motor and the little doohickey on the bottom.
Oh, is there a motor in it?
What else?
I thought it was just like a balancing thing.
Oh wait, I thought
it-
this was a fucking like a Segway or
A little
something.
mono. Oh no, it's a standing desk, but like
Oh wait, no, this is not. Okay, I thought there was a. I didn't even look at this. I thought it was a fucking
ergonomic
like a.
floor mat.
You're criticizing it and you haven't looked at it.
I just
I
saw
think
it. It
it's
looked like a skateboard.
$200.
I thought it was a skateboard.
Just get a skateboard.
Alright,
It clearly uses like a skateboard deck.
You
Or a really
clearly
shitty
don't
one.
own an air fryer.
Let's buy Dan a skateboard. He's shredded. So
you could
he
just
can
put
do-
a ball underneath. Like
Yeah,
the
I'm on a bigger ball already, and it didn't cost
and you
$200.
get a big skateboard.
Yeah, if I just took a. Actually, hold on. I don't have anything that's large and flat enough. My own mattress. I don't know. It's a twin. Anyways, next is Henry 154, ideas were planned, steps were made. Spiders were left, old men told secrets about private companies. Now, will the League, spelled correctly, call upon old friends to harass their place of work deliveries and travel to see new friends to warn of said delivery, or come up with an own Ant-Man and Hawkeye trick, which involves shooting Ant-Man through a window, him crashing through multiple windows. That's a lot of windows, Jesus.
Yeah, right. It's just like
And he's at the front of the arrows. He's getting like buffeted. By
And then
Just go back to
comes
your
out,
bed.
Guy, I'm ready. Shoot me.
and then he punches. What was that, Luther or something?
yeah, Luther. Yep.
Okay.
DC guy. Yep.
Who checks out?
Checks out. Yep.
It kind of does look like him. Yeah.
Now, that's the thing, though, right? Like
Is that
Ant-Man
Megamind?
gets.
I thought this was like Atom Smasher or whatever, and that was some other guy. I thought it was DC.
No, it's.
He says H,
But
so he's.
Here's the thing, though, right? Like that motherfucker Ant-Man, he's getting shredded by the fucking glass.
He's doing kickflips through the glass.
because that arrow is flat at the front, right? It doesn't have any like.
No, you gotta
huh?
remember, Ant-Man becomes denser as he gets smaller because he's got all the same mass, and it doesn't
Oh,
make
he's
sense.
the point,
It doesn't
is he?
actually make sense, but he's supposed to be just as heavy, and
Jeez.
Wait, just
Oh,
as
so-
heavy? Then the
so if
arrow
you
wouldn't
just
go for
put-
shit then.
it doesn't
Just
make.
knocks the arrow to the floor,
It's
like-
like the rules of.
You
the
trying to tell
mass
me
shifting.
that this cartoon?
This.
He's just as strong as he is at full size when he.
Tell me about it.
Next is Alex 154. Creatures aren't objects, corpses are. True. The League tries to ask too many questions. Varys and Kalos take turns shooting at Laszlo, and the Ivory Crown comes in clutch, and Varys reveals the teleportation circle does not require dancing. Take that, Dan. You ninny, you ninny.
What if I was just trying to gaslight everyone so that in the world?
Well, not many people even watch you guys do this kind of thing anyways.
Exactly. Dance
kinda-
in private.
And then Pat says, sorry guys, I will be late. That is not a recap. Does not count. Let me
You're
close
not
that.
a recap.
I'll recap
God, oh
by...
A fake recap.
Actually, I don't want to do it tier 5 if I can't hear anything. Let me do a tier 4.
I mean, think of the amount of dogs. You're not going to hear the.
Well, I'm not playing Auric. I'm not going to play Auric with no sound. That would get me killed a lot. I'll do a tier 4.
I'm surprised your P. Oh, actually, no. Your
Well, let me
PC is
let me
pretty
let me
buff,
check
pretty-
my task manager. All right, so it's saying CPU is only at 30%,
Oh, okay. You're...
and memory is at 63%. GPU is at 73%, which makes a lot of sense. That's fine though.
I'm over here just
Like
Oh.
10.
doing a low
wanna-
intensive game.
I want to
of
test something.
War Tales.
All right, so let
No,
me
don't
see.
you write me.
I'm,
Oh, it's,
I'm
oh,
getting
it's
out
on
my
his other
whiteboard.
monitor. Dang it.
What are you trying to do? Don't ping me on Discord.
I'm trying to.
It closes
Trying
it.
to nah.
Just-
Well, it's
let's
on the
just
other
all-
monitor. It's a
Let's just
fuck.
all spam Adam as he's trying to play this game.
Well, it's just on the monitor. I can see it.
CPU percentage 400%.
I could just close certain things.
It's not
Turn
a
it
leaf
off.
blower. The PC's melting.
Your PC just says, "Please turn me off."
Well, I've got
Please
it now.
stop.
I've got
Honestly,
it
I'm
now.
I'm doing like less than like someone with a Bitcoin miner would be doing to their GPU, so it's honestly fine.
Also, I finally got a webcam, and we
Mhm.
don't do webcams anymore, and I'm just really sad. I wanted to put that out.
Dan, that didn't appear.
Fuck!
All right.
Sorry, we'll do webcams at some point.
We
I just-
could just
yeah.
do it. I mean, I have it right now just because there's been an on and off thing. Because I don't know, maybe one of you guys didn't put your makeup on or something.
I mean, it was just me and you for a while there, but it was everyone at some point. Bar.
I think I stopped for a couple weeks, and then one week I went back in and I couldn't get it to work, so it was like, and then I said, yeah, you know,
All right, next week we're doing webcams again.
I want to see Andrew
I think I
with
still
the
have it.
long corridor,
I
with
have-
the
I think
door
I
to
still
the
have it
other door.
bookmarked.
It's fine if you guys don't want to use it. It's just something to break. Because the reason I have dark tide on the monitor right now is because besides me moving, it's very still and it makes for a horrible viewing image. And I don't want to get a fucking WebM of like Subway Surfers or something to
Get
play on the
do
side.
do what Demolition D does. Get a little creature.
No,
to do it.
either that or like
get that goblin
fu-
gif. that
yeah,
me and
either
Greg
that or
sent.
the fucking what's it called, like
Get a stream companion.
Oh yeah,
That
those
thing?
things.
Well, like it just runs along the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it just runs on the bottom of the screen, and then like you call him gay. It's just like, hey,
Call him gay.
I mean, you could.
Henry, it is the month. You can't.
oh
can't.
shit, it's the
No, you
month,
can't
right?
say it because it's the month.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
I'm just gonna go ahead
Okay,
and look at my
I'm good, Dan. I'm good.
Good. I was just gonna say,
my
there you go, come get
whiteboard.
yours.
Says you guys were left off on the 25th. There's only a couple more days in the month, 28 days total. I have here the Skeevy Waves Company, and you're gonna be looking for one of three. Well, you already know which one it is. It's the first one, but the Black Banquet, the Wave Crusher, and the Seafoam Mistress. These are all large ships that could reasonably hold. Oh crap! I have my fucking double sword. Okay.
It's a black bouquet, right?
Black Bouquet is the one that's supposedly supposed to be taxiing the shipment, which is set out to go leave in approximately, well, it's the 25th, and it's supposed to be leaving at the very beginning of the next month. So you got just over, what is it? How many days is that? 4. If you, well, not entirely sure what time of the day it's going to leave, but it's going to be leaving at sometime tomorrow. Sorry, at the beginning of October. In any case, with all of those things in mind, there's a couple of things you guys have on the table. I'm not sure what you decided to do. If you were going to, say, warn the people who would be on the receiving continent, the rebels, I guess you could call them, in the Civil War, wanting to warn them about the shipment coming so they can intercept it. Alternatively, they could contact a dread pirate. That being said, your current dread pirate is AFK, so maybe we think about that a little more. But who knows? You could
We
still
have
go
a
about.
little time on that end. I think
Mhm.
still what? So like, cause what it would take at least a couple weeks for the shipment to get.
Yeah, off
Right.
continent in the first place. And then the rest of it would be a sea journey, which could take, at most, they could be late, in theory, because if it's approximately 3 months of time, and the ceremony is supposed to be at in the mid to late of December, they could be late, which would be enough to put them off schedule. But in either case, oh, this guy's fucking died. How are you fucking gonna die? It's fucking tier 4.
Way to go, loser.
I don't want to revive him. And the last one is contacting the Necromancer to get him to intercept it earlier before it even gets off continent.
Do we just get him to delay the thing in the sea instead of destroying it? Like, just get him to hold, like, have like a sort of. Have you ever seen these things where they stack people up and they try to do how many high people can get?
Well, like
I
the
think they did in
fucking
The
cheerleader
Simpsons.
pyramid?
Yeah, but like they do them in like spires. In I think it's like in Spain or Italy. We could just get them to just attach all of his undead to the bottom of the ship to like slide it down and like start pulling the hull apart. I don't know. Like,
Kill all the people on
well,
board.
I don't
It's
know what
humorous.
his roster of undead is other than giant meat.
I mean, I think we saw what his roster of undead was.
Well, that was it then, but like I don't know. We could.
Did he like reassimilate all the corpsey stuff when he went back? To
That's extra corpses. Just like but
This guy got downed
we
again.
we could use. Hey, can you run like delays and just faff with this ship for a bit, like even if it's delaying it there, which means they might be off schedule, which buys us more time to do the other two.
I think that's probably the better one.
Because it's not like you don't want it to be like you said the other session. I think you might have said it as well, Henry. Like it will get destroyed, and then it's like okay, they can just pick it back up out the sea and then do another shipment.
Well, my train of thought for that was just gonna be for them to like they take down the ship, they try to go down there. Oh hey shit, there's a shit ton of zombies. Let's not do that.
Can you like inhale all the crystal spark and put it in your little underground pyramid? Like...
Exactly.
But at that point, they just like do they abandon the
Got downed again.
do they
Sorry.
abandon the by sea method and just have it shipped out by land? And is that
Oh, either way, they have to go near the CF Embrace, right? So when we do contact them, we can be like, "Hey, there's going to be multiple shipments going out. after you take this one out, badger them until
Put
until
a zombie
further
badger on.
notice. Put a zombie badger on.
Yeah.
And plus,
Kinda
because
scary.
we left little mini Loth. What did you call him? Mini Loth or little Loth?
Sloth. I
Loth.
don't know. Like,
Invisible old Loth.
Lil
In the little Loth in the shipping container. You could just can't you
I can
communicate
scry
with
on
him?
it.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can.
communicate with them. It's a
Oh,
fine
after.
familiar. Like,
Okay. Well, after you grind it like every other day, find out where it's at, tell it. Could it follow your commands? Because
I'm out of its range. Like,
Needs to be within
Well-
a mile for it to do that.
if you were to go back within a mile,
Yeah.
tell it, hey, every time they pack a large shipment of diamond quartz, go on it.
well, we
You
know
think-
we've got the shipment.
Well, yeah, but like, let's say let's say we tell the necromancer, right? Hey, it badgers it. It takes it down. Okay, they have to get a new shipment out. Can
I
Lil
think-
Loth go onto that shipment so that way you can scry in it and know when the shipment is going out? You get what I'm saying? Am I overcomplicating things?
Yeah, I think so. I've just got it on there as like a tracking tab for the one that we know has got the exact shipment on it. And if it's already out at sea, that would require us to go back in, put another one on. But
Okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, either way, I think we should definitely contact the necromancer and tell him to badger the shit out of the shipments. That shipment, anyway. Either take it down or.
I don't think you should take it down. Because like I
nah,
said,
I don't think
once
so
it gets
either.
taken down, then it's like, all right, well, there's the potential. Even if there's the potential, we don't know the exact stores and inventory or what the priority of the shipment is. They could replace it or find some other way to get it out. So like, I think if the shipment remains intact and like not out of the company reach, there's still a chance. It's more. It's almost like we'd rather it get delayed from being there on the day than like just not getting sunk, and then it's like, all right, we'll just send a different shipment. So
Okay, that makes sense.
I suppose it's more like we want them to harass the vessel to delay its time.
there's also,
going.
and
Yeah.
this is maybe a real stretch, and maybe me being a little paranoid.
Oh,
They change up their shipping company when they realize, oh, we're specifically getting harassed. So if we tell the necromancer just harass this company, then it's like, oh well, why? Like, oh, these other ships seem to be free to go. This seems to be targeted. Let's hire someone else out to get this stuff where it's got to go.
also makes sense. So, do we tell the necromancer to target all of the vessels and not just that one, in order to not draw attention?
Because then then it's like we're basically asking him to start another siege on the city, which is not a siege if we get him to agree to play nice or play by rules, but like,
Sorry, I got grabbed because I couldn't hear the fucking trapper.
How it goes.
All right, so I guess harassing will probably be the best one.
but then
Just harass this
but again-
one shipment.
Henry condones
Don't
harassment.
break it down.
Off shipments. In Minecraft.
Don't bring it down, but delay it as much as you can.
Did
And
you have
then-
zombie seagulls that you could, heck the crew,
And
heck the
then
guy
as-
on the holding doing the helm.
And then
Heck
as
it
soon
fingers.
and then we go to Heck of Fates, tell the resistance, and the resistance will watch out for that.
Drink all the water in Boca Ridge so they can't sail it up the river.
I
That
think
one
that's
bitch over
probably
the
our
guy
best
with the
plan.
fucking
Yeah,
straw.
get that guy.
I almost wonder we might not have the time, but like, because it's the 25th or the
25th right now, yeah.
We got 3 days to like. See if we could get in contact with the resistance before the shipment goes out. We could like Nah.
What was your plan?
Here's my thought is with the resistance too. Is that like even if they like here's the thing. Your guy, I don't know if you ever met the guy in charge, but like the guy in charge,
One
he's
of them.
he's on the he's more sympathetic to what we're doing, I think. Even if he doesn't we can't recruit him, even if he doesn't want to join up, we can at least like give him a heads up and say, "Hey, he knows the priority of what this thing is. He knows what's coming." And B, he also can like, you know,
Go squid mode.
not even go squid mode, but like, hey, this is what this thing is coming. That way, if you want to like protect the people, or at least try to understand what their like, you know what their focus is, you can like basically get him in on the what the plan is, so like he can at least if he's not participating in our end, he can at least like prepare on his because like Heck Fates is going to be where a lot of shit's going to go down.
I was planning on telling him what was going on.
You've never met him, right?
No, I've never met him before.
Oh, you never know how to get in the city, isn't it?
Well, getting into the city,
Have
I
you met
think
any of the
once-
contacts? Are they in the city or what?
I've just dealt with the.
Just messaging? Like,
I've just been with the trust, which has a way of communicating with him. He always used to ask for us for stuff. That's how I made.
would I get some?
Well, that's how I
know
committed
Lucky's-
some war crimes. But it's really at this point us getting in. I think once me and Varys join the Ivory Crown, we'll have a way in at least.
Yeah, I think either way, since we're going, I think we were going to go there.
We'll just have to. We'll all of us. I don't know how Laszlo's gonna get in. That's the only weird one. 'Cause then
But what about the princess that is?
that's
of
Princess,
a,
yeah, too. Yeah.
which has a disguise kit, I suppose. The disguise item.
I think that that'll like.
But
I
they're
don't
they're
know.
very magical,
I
according
was
to
gonna
what
say,
Henry said about this group of people.
Well, I'm less concerned about Laszlo because I don't think elf supremacists would be like, "Oh yeah, cool, the spider guy." Like, I don't think it would be in doubt that you're.
You're not elfy enough, dude.
I kind of feel like.
It's you two that it's weird, right? Because me and Varys, Zen.
Are
And Zip.
Are you saying you're like a war criminal?
Yeah, but they don't know my face though.
They know your smell of war.
They know the smelly smell that comes off of me, I guess. But they've never seen my face. We always used to wear disguises, except one of us.
Yeah, but there's got to be something that only you would know.
In order to get in, or what do you mean?
Well, to prove your identity, even if they've never seen your face.
So, are you talking about the resistance or the city guards that would?
I'm confused. I thought we were talking about the resistance.
No, we're talking about getting into the city. Because in
Oh,
order to get into the city, we have to avoid the guards. And in order to avoid the guards, we might have to go into the sewers. Kind of know the sewers, like some of the sewers, pretty well.
Rats.
But
Rats.
yeah. But at the same time, then it comes to you and Laszlo. Once we get up to the city,
I'll just
Laszlo,
kill
there's gotta be
rats.
some way we can disguise you.
the sky.
You could try. I don't know. I'm pretty big and I look like a spider. So
What if we disguise you as a horse?
I'd be like, what the fuck? If I was a guard, I'd be like, well, that horse kind of looks a little bit fucking fucked up. Like,
Why does it have so many eyes?
It's not a tumor.
We get you a breakthrough disguise.
this is a Rutoshian horse.
No, because you can disguise as creatures that are in your size class. You can disguise yourself as a horse.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Honestly, like if the problem, because correct me if I'm
Aren't
wrong.
horses
but, like,
medium?
magical disguises.
Nah, horses are large, right?
No, they're. Oh, are they large?
Yeah, you have to
Oh.
be one
I've
size
only ever
class
seen
larger.
ponies.
Well, I'm just saying magical disguises.
I'm from
they don't
Sanctus. I
work,
only have ever seen really small camels.
Ooh.
we could maybe, I don't know, but I could always just be a little swarm of
No,
spiders.
I mean,
That
but
is an
then
option, too.
I think the only one then that comes down to it is.
I mean, you've been bigging up these folks being magical. Are they just gonna be able to like, oh, there is a person. Like,
I mean, you say it's going to be an issue for me, but and I kind of like point to the scars and the fucked up everything.
Also true.
Like, I
So
feel like
you, it's been a few years since you've been over there, right?
It has been a few years, yeah.
You've been paying the Ivory Crown to basically kind of give you the lay of the land and keep you up to date. Like, why don't we talk to them and find out, like, basically they can give us a most up to date kind of version of what's required to move around there, and then we can maybe plan.
Well, yeah, that was my hope that once me and you join, Lucio can become a little bit less stingent on the certain information that we need in order to get there.
Paying him for this information. So I think regardless of whether or
Yeah.
not you're joining, you still, like, again, this was something you paid them to do. So I mean,
Either way, we have to go back, speak to Lucio, get this information.
mhm.
And first of all, we have to talk to the necromancer.
What are we going to say to the necromancer?
Let's talk
Hey,
to
it's
the
your
Ivory
boy.
It's
Crown.
me
Exactly.
again. Oh, it's
Hey.
Laszlo again.
It's your
I say we
boy.
talk to the Ivory Crown first, and
Well,
then
you did a little. You didn't do a little ditty. You just teleported us
yeah,
to
we're back.
Solholm.
We're back in the
yeah.
university. We're back.
So-
Oh fuck yeah! I forgot that we were back in the university.
He just
Okay.
did it.
All right.
yeah.
So I guess what time is it, Theo? It's like what? Like it's 5 hours different, and it was like 2 in the afternoon.
I think you've been back, and by the time you teleported backwards, you did so like early in the morning on the previous day. Or rather, it's the same day, but 5 hours back. So it's actually like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Be loud, be ruckus.
Lawnmowers on.
Leaf blower, 2 of them.
All right, then let's. I guess let's go to the pony room.
Well,
The racehorse bed.
Pony room.
I think horse bed sounds cooler.
Your face. Shut up.
Mm,
Ace
Let's
sounds
go.
cooler. Lazo
it
would
does.
agree.
I've got a cool face. Yeah. I would agree. You're right.
I am a pretty handsome boy, guys. Mommy Loth has told me I'm pretty.
I've never called him that. Gee.
yet. Alright, so you can exit the university, get to wherever you want to meet up with. If it's Kalos' room, that's fine. And once you get there, in the privacy of your own dormitory, with the exception of, I don't know, maybe the neighbor, if they're got really thin walls, maybe they can hear you, who knows. Just make it sound like you're bumping uglies or something. To disguise the noise.
You're a chittering mass
Let's
of
have a-
spiders. Yeah.
Have a gay orgy in my room, guys.
I don't want to narrate
It's always
that.
gonna be the gay orgy.
It's Pride Month.
Didn't you hear? It's the month.
I don't know how I have these Pokemon emojis on
Those are free.
Twitch. Oh, are they?
There's globals. No one uses them though. Jesus, dude, calm down.
Oh.
It's
Don't even know what
Pikachu
that is.
waving.
Yeah, I can see that. Alright, so what is the Pliggity plan?
Once it's not so early in the morning, I guess at like
Like 7 or 8 o'clock?
after breakfast.
Back for breakfast? Alright, so like
After
8:30.
breakfast.
8:30ish.
Here's- Like I said, I think we should get info from the Ivory Crown before we reach out to the Necromancer. My only concern about the Necromancer is that we I think the most efficient version of this is putting basically set Annapolis on DEFCON 1 again, because oh man, the Necromancer's back, even though he said he wouldn't be.
I'm back. Ooh.
Did you
But
miss
we also
me? I'm back.
we also have to consider that they're also, and not more than in a month, 2 months time, there's gonna be another siege on Annapolis. So it's like
Battle of attrition. Whittle them down.
basically it's like, do we want to be like, we want to like put them through the stress of basically having all their ships ransacked by the undead for 1 day's delay in the shipment, or and then have the city then kind of
Pucker up.
laid siege for
That's
by
probably not a good word.
Yeah, what are they puckering up for?
They're
Because they'll be like, I'm
assholes.
gonna get sieged, and
they're they're gonna get sieged again. Basically, is basically what the I think that's what
well, we're here. We're like, do the other thing then worry about the other stuff after. So we're here. Go speak to them. I can't fit in the room. I don't think Douglas and me need to be in there, or can even be in there, and you two are the prime candidates to join them. So if you want to ask and prep that stuff for over in Dominus, then that would be good, and then we can worry about if we ask them or don't ask them or whatever. Maybe it could be like, hey, could you keep tabs on this thing as it's traveling across your waters? Maybe at a minimum. You got any zombie dolphins or whatever? Trail them.
again it's the paranoia that like even though we're low on supply over at Crystal Spark, it's also the issue of do we low on supply but out of it enough that if this is a priority shipment, does it just get replaced fast enough to still get where it's going? So
I think from what they said, I think we're still low on diamond quartz. That's why the whole. That's why I thought. That's why I think that we should just. This is gonna sound really bad because definitely people are gonna die. We should sink the boat. They lose the product, or they try to reclaim it. That's gonna delay a couple more weeks. Tell the necromancer to harass the recoverers.
but if we sink it, they might just call it completely out of reach and call it a complete loss is also the issue.
But if they're also low on product, then they will. Then it's a win for us because they'll get delayed even further. The way Fug has, or the way that the research team when they told me about it, and the way the Fug, the Fugmeister said how we have
Funkmeister.
how we have
Upgrading his
a
name.
supply. It's that we're really low because mines haven't opened up yet. That's from my understanding. I might be wrong, and you guys might have more understanding than I do, but that's from what the Fugmeister
I
has
think what
told
we
us.
definitely don't want them to do is get wind that they're being specifically targeted is also the issue. Because
That's why it would just be the one time only.
be a one but then that would involve the necromancer basically attacking every ship that goes in and out that day. And for 1 day, we don't like I think the last thing we want to do is like think, oh, we might have to change shipping companies because there's some kind of targeted attack going on, basically. So
Well,
we kinda,
my suggestion then is you both take your characters in there, chat with that bloke, and then get that part of it solved because that's a surefire guarantee thing we're doing. Whereas the necromancer seems to be up in the air.
yeah, no,
That moves things on, and then we can assess, more information from then. Because it might be like, oh, we have like loads of little secret things all along the continent, and we can, if it goes on land, get
'cause
it.
here's
If
the
it
thing,
goes in
we
the
have
water, we can get it. Like,
getting there to the continent itself is obviously not a huge issue for us. We can.
I got the dirt.
Chaos Spawn.
Oh, that's right. You got the dirt. We've also got the magic ship that can teleport us there too. If we really.
Well, I wouldn't want to bring a magical
Yeah, no, I
ship
don't
right
think
outside
I-
the capital of a city that is known to also have squid in it,
At least one, yeah.
and a magical ship. Like, it's like
Yeah, I think teleporting is probably going to be the best bet.
overt.
We'll have to
Well, we
witness
could take the
Laszlo's
ship to,
dance
like-
again.
We may need the ship, so maybe we should take it like to well outside the city and then just hoof it.
Well, no, like when we teleported to the Eye of Zosha, it had to teleport to an artifact on the globe. So like it might, depending on, we could ask Summerwatch, but he might have to teleport it somewhere important where it would be seen. So and
Shit.
Alright, so Varys, let's me and you get in there, speak to Lucio.
Mhm.
And you got your thing. I got my thing. We're
What
good.
was your thing again? So I don't accidentally. I'm not planning on accidentally using the same thing.
I messaged you the whole Loth being a misunderstood god.
You give that a go. Yeah.
And you got Kerm Deveshna.
Yeah, I think I forget if we told them anything about Curb Investment yet, but I can try to work that. I can work that angle.
All right. All right. Let's walk in then.
Alright, over to the pretty flower shop you go. In the early parts of the morning, you actually do run into customers. It's not completely empty as per when you usually come around here. Reason is because, you want to get the flowers fresh when they were freshly picked or groomed, as it were, by our master. Would you call him a botanist? He just does flower arrangement, he doesn't actually grow them.
Florist.
A florist.
Florist? Okay.
Yeah.
We can hang around, wait for the
We'll
customers.
hang around. Yeah.
Let the
A flute
customers
player.
It's a
buy their-
flautist, Dan.
buy their
Flowers.
legitimate business.
Flower.
Alright, skateboard guy. Alright.
Barris does a trick as he enters in.
Just two or three customers, some of the locals you've seen around, unnamed NPCs who are just, clearly distinctively from this region, judging by their attire.
Oh look, it's the Jarl.
I love flowers. It's like, well, fucking jeez. Like,
Just because I'm the Jarl doesn't mean I can't.
Remember when he was the biggest authority figure we were regularly doing?
Right?
Really-
Now look at
Was
us.
Callus even in the group back then?
No,
He doesn't even give a damn.
even give a damn. I was just like, yeah, I'm here.
Alright, so, would you like to wait for the customers? Would you like to barge your way in and say, Lucio, I'm here to talk to you about ivory? Crowns?
You've been fired immediately before you even started.
No, we'll wait.
Well, being that Lucio is not actually blind, we will hang around and wait for the legitimate
Stare at him.
customers well, we have some time. We don't have to.
I mean, I don't know where I'll just be
I'm just
somewhere.
gonna squat outside.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be
squat.
that. I mean that. I'll just go like.
You're just
I'll
in my armor.
I'll have a mooch around at the other shops and just busy myself.
Why does this revolver have, like, double the ammo capacity of my other one?
This is the best gun in the world.
God fucking
Powerful handgun.
It even has a speed reloader. The other one doesn't for stupid-ass reasons.
In the future,
Yeah,
to
speed.
manually load them in.
It's annoying as hell. So you will wait for a while pretending to admire the flowers, or actually admiring the flowers, up to you. But once the other customers are dealt with, they take their bouquets of respective things. Oh, the wind knocked down my green screen. You can see behind me now. You lose the room!
Oh my god! What if it was somewhere like a different?
I'm in a butcher's shop or something for some reason. Alright, well, I can't.
The whole pig.
I'll
He
fix
drops
that.
the curtain and Dan is on his computer behind him. He's just like, what? Ow! Ow!
That would be a sick reveal.
It was that one time that Henry was playing at my house, and he was like just 5 feet behind me. And if he wanted to, he could just turn to the left and look at my monitor and see behind the curtain, so to speak. Now it's a literal curtain. But yeah, so Lucio's done with his customers. He approaches you with his apron stained in various dyes that are used to artificially stain roses. Oddly enough, they don't come in these colors naturally sometimes. But as soon as he is able to greet you as a customer, pretty flower shop. No, not Dutch. Welcome
Bostonian.
to Bostonian. Pretty flower shop.
Urban.
Welcome to the pretty flower shop, sir or madams. I can't help but notice that you are having a beautiful bouquet of aromas today. How might I help you?
We looking for something maybe in an ivory shade or something along in one of those shades.
Ah, a subtle color for such beautiful smells upon your body. Please, follow me this way. I can show you to our more prestigious items. He closes up the front door because there are chances that other people walk in during this time, and obviously he's the only person manning the stand, so temporarily close it just for a moment. You guys aren't usually here for more than like a couple minutes anyway, so it's not a big deal. I didn't one shot. Into the back rooms is just Kalos and Varus only?
Yep.
Okay. As soon as you enter the back area, he closes the door behind you and takes his apron off for just a moment. The clothes underneath still have a little bit of chlorophyll on them, you know, the little green stains from like mowing your grass or clipping stems of roses in his case. Produces a series of tiny little, they look like carved marble stones, I guess you could call them. Well, marble is a stone, but like pin lapel kind of things. And he puts them onto the table. So, what is today's business, gentlemen?
Oh,
You go. You go.
I was gonna say two things. One, well, I think the primary reason is also we're here to we're thinking about actually heading over, basically following up on that job that Callus hired you guys on. We're considering heading over to Hecafates itself, and we were kind of hoping for some more up to date, maybe tips on moving about the city, getting in and out and whatnot, as far as folks of our what's the word you want to use? Our profile, kind of just moving about and trying to.
Safe to assume that our current predicament is not being updated quickly enough for your likings?
Not so much that we've kind of reached ahead on our reasons for, well, basically we have more immediate, more hands-on business that we'd have to take care of.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, there are a variety of things that you need to know if you are going to be skulking around in the under parts of the city, so to speak. I do understand that while we are not associated with each other in that way, it would be of your best interest to be able to access all avenues, so to speak.
That's actually the second reason why we're here.
Hmm.
We're here to join. We got a couple of secrets we might want to we're going to share with you.
We do like secrets around here. Now, I will warn you that if the case of your information, if you are not bringing a physical artifact with you, there's a good chance that some of your information may be simply reiterating on something we already know, at which point there is a chance that it will not be viable for your recruitment. Is that something that you would walk into understanding?
Yeah, that's fair.
Very well. Now, take in mind, since the information here is being given willingly, and you cannot reasonably take it back, lest you wipe my memory, you will be giving this information freely, knowing that if I don't accept it, you will have given it away for absolutely nothing. It is a risk that you are putting your so carefully garnered information for the chance to join our very prestigious company. I will just make sure that there are no prying eyes or ears in the local area. Windows, there's no windows in this particular room, so he's not referring to that. He just goes like back into the front room to see that no one's like in the lobby, or the shop area, I should say. Obviously, you'd see the rest of the league who is currently loitering outside. Who would be probably closest to the door, you think?
I was just like having a mooch around, so I think Andrew said Dauntless is just like squatting outside.
Squat.
They're probably Dauntless.
If that's the case, then he's going to just tap you on the shoulder real quick, Dauntless.
Oh, he muted it, right? It's like I don't want to talk to him.
Dan, I guess?
Yeah, hello.
Dan specifically, not Ken Laszlo.
Hi, what's going on? Hello.
Laszlo, could I bother you for a minute?
Sure.
Your friends are going to be doing something quite under the table, and I'd request that you, specifically, just make sure that no customers walk in. Don't want any kind of prying eyes or ears.
Sure, okay.
And he goes back into the other area to join the would-be Ivory Crown members.
I was gonna sit blocking the whole door.
Sure, that's fair.
How
I
does
wouldn't-
the spider sit? Does it just like lay on its belly and spread all the legs?
I would assume that he like curls them underneath his abdomen, kind of like if you were doing the equivalent of a.
Okay, shut up. I don't need to.
But you know when
You
spiders,
asked.
you know when spiders die, they curl inwards, that kind of thing. But like he's alive and upright,
Yeah.
Okay, the picture that I did not want in my mind.
squiggly legs.
Sorry.
I'm going
Henry
insane.
runs away. I can't comprehend that.
So, as soon as he believes the coast is clear and that Laszlo is on sentry duty, as per tradition, honestly, he goes ahead and returns back to the back room. He places the apron, well, the apron's already off, so he doesn't take it off again. Attentively, he just looks at you both individually, from glancing one side to the other, waiting for whomever is going to regale him with such sensitive data that they are willing to put their, not lives on the line, but information on the table with no guarantee of success.
You want to go first?
Sure. I can go first. Well, mine's specifically about a god that's misunderstood by even their followers. One of her main tenets is to spread her webs across the world.
Webs, you say?
Whether it's webs, whether it's from these webs can be distributed by more avenues than her followers like to do. Usually they just like to kill things, bring havoc. But these webs can also be spread along with joy, massive amounts of joy. But because the most direct route that her followers like to do is just create mass hysteria, kill someone important that brings grief upon their followers, and God, you actually have a couple of her trinkets. One of the reasons why I know this information is that she was gracious enough to tell us this information.
I'm familiar with many religions of the region, but none of them have webs as their primary means of worship or main faculties. I am curious as to whom you are referring to.
I put the Loth ring that I have on, and I show it to him. You have some of her followers' furniture. Sold it to you a while back. Well, we sold it to you a while back. We came upon a old cave that led to one of her most recent followers' demise. And when we were there, we were gracious enough to talk to her, and she told us information that really only a couple of only followers have. We're some of us aren't. Most of us aren't followers. I can imagine you can piece things together and figure out who is a follower among us, or who's devoted to her.
That would certainly explain a great deal. I never bothered to ask about how that came about, but I suppose I know now.
We're not tasked to. She didn't per se told us to spread her webs, but she did ask us kindly to do it. So we've slowly started to spread her webs. None of us are murderers, so obviously we haven't gone the route of mass grief, mass hysteria. But one of our, let's say, favors to one of her blessings that she has given the group is to spread her webs. So we're slowly but surely spreading her webs.
I've heard of this name before, and usually it wasn't referring to her as some sort of deity. Many of the locals refer to this creature as a mere demon.
That's the other aspect of it. She's not a demon. She takes a different guise, a different, let's say, a different suit that she wears. A lot of people think that she's a demon, I believe, just because of the way her followers treat things. Killing people, mass murder, bringing grief. All of these things could be associated with demons and devils.
Potions basically give her strength. So
And so
You
this
speak with a very, very keen reverence, but also familiarity in your tone. Am I to understand that you have made intimate contact? And I don't mean intimate as a romantic way. I mean,
oh yeah, no, we've had
We've-
conversation. We've spoken directly with her.
and not through mere prayers.
nope.
Actual like conversations like we're doing right now.
We have like this right now. She's
Flesh and bone.
Well,
not
flesh and
flesh.
bone doesn't-
She
Mm.
is. She's a god. She's a goddess of. She has her
She
fingers in multiple areas.
she
She lives in the
exists in a different plane.
I
She
see.
was just gracious enough. Some of us have magical talents that we can pierce that veil, and so me and some of the other guys have seen her. Let's say flesh and blood, but we have never been in the same, let's say, domain.
I do have a couple of questions. When you deal with extra-dimensional or planar beings, typically they are not always the most wholesome of hosts, and I would not want to have anyone in my company who is under some sort of demonic possession.
No, she actually believes a lot in free will. She is actually. She doesn't like to pressure her followers in certain things, but her followers will devote themselves to her, which cause them to do certain things to spread her will. The unfortunate thing is that this goddess is very, when it comes to autonomy, she is probably the most about autonomy. I'm sorry,
Autonomy.
autonomy. She loves free will. She prefers that her she lets her followers decide on how they'd like to spread her will. And like I said, she's misunderstood to even her followers. Her followers think that the way to spread her will is to create mass grief, which causes to be killing certain people that will bring this mass grief to them, spreading
Basically.
these webs.
Basically,
Take
that's
the
why
Yarrow,
the
for
drow.
example.
And if she is so keen on one-on-one contact with her followers, why does she not enlighten them on the true way to spread her teachings, if not through strictly violent and dangerous means?
Free will. She
We kind of stumbled on her place of
place of worship.
yeah.
And this place wasn't even a temple of sorts. It was more of a. How would you say, Varys? A place of.
User joined your channel.
I don't know. I don't know how you would say this. It's a gathering of. A gathering.
It used to be it used to. It was a former drow outpost, and now it is no longer a drow outpost.
Ah, the drow. I'm very keenly aware of those.
And one of the things that we got from them, you actually might like this. And out of my bag of holding, I present beer that I got from down there. And this was found in that outpost. You can take it as a token of my entrance.
Oddly enough, you could have started with this, and I would have accepted it off the bat as an artifact of an underground civilization. So,
I actually,
2 for 1. Good for me. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Now, allow me to paint the picture that is currently resting in my head. Many people around this city are keenly aware of the existence of the Drow, for their violent natures have made themselves very known to the locals in incredibly direct ways, as you know, the assassination attempts. So I'm to understand that the people who follow Lolth are only going about this looking merely at essentially just the cover of the book, as opposed to the contents of it, metaphorically speaking.
correct.
I think that's pretty on the nose.
Yeah.
And you, having accidentally stumbled upon the creature lair, have been
Web.
made enlightened as to their actual presence in this world, and your companion took it in a very literal sense. Referring to, of course, Laszlo.
This is where we. This is where a bit of secrecy is still.
Well, you've already
Whenever.
enlightened me on a decent amount. Now, I would like to hold on to some of these artifacts. As you already said, you're presenting them as your penance. Interesting. He contemplates for a moment, and you can see him running through little mental calculations, if he could have numbers in front of his brain, or his head. These are more than acceptable for your entry to the organization. So, Kalos, I congratulate you. He pushes forward the little lapels, or the pins, made of ivory. Either stone marble or like actual ivory tusk. You'll have to do a little closer inspection on them, but they are not to be worn at all times, but they are a symbol of your joining of this organization. It is not expected you to wear them in any sort of meetings with any other members, but just hold it somewhere safe. Just in case.
Of course.
Now then, that is half of the people in this room accounted for, not including myself, of course. Varys, I'm hoping that you're not going to regurgitate the same thing that Kalos just
No,
said.
Something. Actually, I'm not sure. We might have. I don't know if we've talked about this already. Actually, I'm blanking. About another one of our accidental finds. Are you guys up to date on the whereabouts of Kerm Deveshnet's lair?
Gurm Deveshnet, that is a great dragon, if I'm to remember correctly.
Doesn't like it
Diamond.
when people get his name wrong.
That's correct, yes. From what I can tell, the creature has a great hoard, and someone's opening up soda.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
You
But
found it in the back room.
In terms of whereabouts, I am only aware of it being in the southern half, somewhere in Jotun's breath. Not any particularly fine locations, but it's somewhere down south.
All right, so I can, if you open up the map, I can tell you exactly where it is, and I also have some other info on the dragon himself that because we've seen him, but not. This is where it gets a little complicated. But not interacted with him. This is where it gets a little complicated.
I'm good for complications.
So, we'll, starting in chronological order of how we learned these things. It turned out that old blubbery business that we we signed on to do months and months back, that was him. He made Old Blubbery. That was like basically a thrall, a minion of his. In addition to that, when we got there, we didn't know we weren't expecting to find him, but we did. We did find him, and he was sleeping soundly. So we snuck out of there because we didn't want to wake up a hibernating dragon.
Probably for the best.
We then circumstances required that we had to go back there. Had to, so we did. He was still sleeping, which I know a little bit. I've learned a little bit about dragons in my time. That still felt like a long period for a dragon, especially as revered as him, to be hibernating. We've come to the belief that Grim Deveshnet, not even belief, I think we've pretty much
I was about to say, your beliefs are not going to be something that is keenly
it's-
required here.
I believe it's at this point it's a fact that we know.
Grim Deveshnet himself is not a dragon. He is a construct created by another individual. Basically a guise or like a big golem suit that someone wears when it suits them.
Interesting. There have been many continents that held dragons of all sorts. Around these parts, white dragons are very, very common. If I'm to remember correctly, Kerm Deveshnet does not fall into that category.
He's a crystal dragon, I believe.
I think the term is a gem dragon.
Dragon, yeah.
Does your information extend to anything of other dragonoid species, or is this a one-time case scenario?
Most dragons that are actual dragons. They're not, at least the ones I've run into, they're actual scale and blood creatures. They're not artificial constructs. This is a unique case.
Interesting. I don't suppose you have run into the creator of this construct?
No, but we haven't met this creator yet in person.
Very well.
But yeah, him being a construct might be a unique case as far as dragons on this plane of existence go.
And you show him the location of the lair?
Yeah, I do. I point out on the map. If he has a map of Rutash.
You probably have one around you.
I have one. I can show him, but like if he has his own map, if he wants me to actually mark it for.
Quite interesting.
It was still manned the last time we had. Like there were still a few kobolds hanging around.
Few
Sturdy
kobolds
little-
are nothing too big, and you did dispatch the largest creature of the lair, that being the large multi-legged bear.
I also want to point out, if you want to follow up on this, that doesn't mean Kerm Deveshnet is any less dangerous, because assuming in the event that construct is activated, he is just as dangerous, I believe, as the more widely known legends about him would indicate. So
I see.
I recommend precautions if that's something.
Don't worry, we won't be jumping headlong into that case. If anything, maybe we might be sending you on that journey. Since you are the group who is most likely to know how to deal with it on a first-hand basis. But that is for future hypotheticals. Well, I am very appreciative and pleased with the information both of you have brought forward to this organization. It is a higher echelon than what I'm used to dealing with. For example, you could have just brought some old pottery. But
I think the mistake we've made is we've already sold a lot of the old pottery we found you guys, so we didn't have any on hand.
The spear was actually an afterthought that I thought I was going to use, but I decided not to. So that's last minute
Well,
thing.
it may not have any intrinsic value to yourselves, but people within this organization know that people with lots of money tend to buy things they definitely don't need, and will not blink at the price that we present to them, even when they're well educated. In either case, that may not be the thing that you are hired on to do. In either case, I will present you both with your pins.
Cool.
Now, there are a couple of things to know as members of this organization. For one, I shouldn't have to say this more than once, but as you are new initiates, it is part of the guidebook. Secrecy is our main component. You all are already keenly aware of some of our code phrases, and generally speaking, when we are interacting with other members in public, do not start using them willy-nilly, if you know what I mean. You just can't refer to everything as ivory.
Oh yeah, we picked that up on with your counterpart in Anupuas.
Great. Well then, when you are given a mission by either myself or anyone else who is within our organization, don't worry, you will meet them in time, and best case scenario, you may even learn their names. Part of the time, though, you'll be just given a disposable form of an assignment. Something that can be destroyed in the fire. A sheet of paper with disappearing ink, for example. Or maybe you want to eat it. That is up to you. But always be on the eye out for artifacts of a very foreign nature. You may find that people from off-continent will be willing to pay a higher price for something that is foreign lands. So, for example, something from Gromnil sells very highly around these parts, for example.
How higher here than it would for like if you had a branch in Gromnil.
Correct. So, be willing to venture out as far as you're comfortable with, and could reasonably come back with said artifacts. We also broker in information, and you should be very keenly aware of keeping everything incredibly objective. The word belief is a very, very frowned upon word here. Ideally, you can have it backed up with facts in the forms of artifacts, but sometimes oral traditions are the only thing left. So, with a keen ear and scrutiny, try to observe the world objectively as you can. Keep your cultural lenses off to the side if you can help it. And if you have anything nifty, you can come back here to fence it. I will give you an appropriate price. As friends of the organization for quite some time now, you've already been receiving some of the benefits in terms of buying from us. And best case scenario, you can even maybe get in on a few deals before I send them out to the general public. That being said, the customer is still our number one priority. If we only just sell within the company, it doesn't really do much for our outward appearance to those who would be the kind of customers we're trying to attract.
Now, since we're in now, would it be I don't know if it'd be simpler or what we preferred. If, like, when we find artifacts, do we just hand them off and then maybe we get paid on, what is it, commission, if based on what you actually sell it for, or is there would you still, it's still easier on your end to just buy it off us? And
There is a bit of nuance to it. Certain items that are incredibly relatively easy to come by. Again, ancient pottery and tablets of stone, while they are in high demand and not easily stumbled upon, those sorts of things are our most frequently sold items. So those of the sort, I would probably just pay you outright for the item itself, regardless of where it's from or its relative age. Now, if you can prove that it is something of a great historical importance through more physical means of proof. But if you find it's just something that you found and don't think it's particularly of value, then you can just pawn it off here. If you want to negotiate the price, I am willing to listen. But generally speaking, if it's anything fancier, you will not receive payment initially. It will be a percentage of whatever the customer ends up buying it for. So if you find something incredibly useful that you don't feel like using yourself, but feel like a collector would enjoy it and will be willing to pay a high price for it, then you will be earning your comeuppance in the best way possible.
Gotcha.
Any other questions?
Are there tiers of membership, let's say? Like,
Generally speaking, yes, there are some, I wouldn't call them ranks, they're merely just jobs within the company. We don't have official titles like you would see the clans with, but it's probably for the best that we don't, so that you don't run around calling yourself an Ivory Rose or something. But for the most part, there are agents in the field, and people like myself who are typically referred to as brokers. There are a couple of higher seats above mine, but generally speaking, we enact our own judgment within our own regions. A little bit of money goes towards the higher-ups, but it's nothing that you need to worry about, and it won't be skimmed off of your paycheck.
Fair enough.
There's no income tax, guys. It's great.
great.
You mean the secret underground organization doesn't give out W-2s?
No. You do your own taxes. But if there's no other further business, welcome to the organization. Now that you are members, keep in mind that your friends who are not in the organization, while I understand that you will want to probably have them in your company when you're on certain jobs, you know, there's still a bit of secrecy I'd like you to hold close to your chest and not give away all of our secrets to non-members. Your company, collectively, the League, had a late member of ours in company, and he probably went to his grave with his own secrets that he never told you yet, so hopefully you
Probably
can
did.
manage that discretion and still maintain good company. Secrets can be good or bad depending on how you use them, but the trust that I see between your group members has very high cohesiveness, so I don't feel like that's going to be too much of an issue. Now, I don't have any jobs for you at the moment. I can prepare them in the future, next time you come around, but as field agents, you can just gather things at your discretion. Take a look at the things around the room, and those are the kinds of things you should keep an eye out for. While yes, we do deal in magical weapons and armor sometimes, as you clearly have dealt with us, that is probably only about 20 to 30% of our average income. Another 5% of that is from the flowers. And the
How
rest
is the
of
flower business?
lucrative, to say the least. If I had I think I've told you this before, but if I wasn't working for this organization, I could just live as a florist.
Rock on.
And I've gotten quite good at it. But enough about my forward operating business. Is there any pertinent information that you would like to have now that you are no longer looking from beyond the veil?
We need contact information to get it to Hecafates.
Yes, of course. That was the initial part of this conversation. So, there's a couple of things that you need to know, although I suspect that some of it might be redundant information. You are originally from Hecafates, correct?
Yes, it's been doing quick math. Oh, it's been a couple of years.
Very well. The information, or rather our agent in the field, who I've been contacting this whole time, goes by the name of Salus. They're a half-elven man, native to the area. He has probably the most wide-reaching net of any of our agents there, as he has his mother is a non-magical peasant farmer, and the father figure is a very prominent elf official. Something of a very odd relationship between those two, but that is his background. I will say nothing more on that. But it allows him to get into places where a person who is only highborn cannot access to, or vice versa. If you wish to contact him, it is not going to be as easy as just going around asking for ivory roses. I would highly advise against that. Some of the more open-eared officials around the area have been trying to crack down on as many underground organizations as possible, be it ours or the local ones, as a result of the Civil War. So, code phrases like that will not go upon deaf ears. In order to contact them, they will be wanting to be notified that they are being looked for by one of our newest members. Of course, they won't recognize you. And don't wear the pins. So, I will contact them magically so that they can be notified immediately of your incoming presence. They will designate for me a meeting location, one-time use only. So if you need to contact them again after the first initial contact, you must establish new meeting locations every single time. While it seems like an inconvenience, it is necessary. Allow me a moment. He takes out a sending stone from a nearby drawer, and he begins to incant a sending spell. A few moments later, assuming he's speaking to Salus, or some other person over in there, let me just write this down so I don't forget it later, because reasons. Alright. Whenever you make contact with Salus, it's going to be somewhere called the Jade Glory. This is a tavern run by a expatriate from the Volatile Isles. The Jade Glory is not directly associated with us, but it is merely going to be your first meeting point. It can be found in the upper districts of Hecafates. Getting there is going to be a different task, however, as getting through that initial gate to the upper district will require a bit of finesse, nuance, and most importantly, the right know-how. There's a particular expression that is only used by people of high-standing society. And the inflection of your tone is half of the battle. Normally speaking, the only people who would be complaining about hot weather conditions would be, say, a peasant farmer working a field. If you are ever questioned about going to the upper districts, you will complain of the weather while fanning yourself with your left hand. It must strictly be the left hand.
About the hot weather?
Complain about hot weather regardless of the actual weather conditions. Typically, most peasants will have a culture about them over there that if their weather is hot, then you are in for a good harvest. So it is very unlikely for them to complain about hot weather. Hence its use by the nobility as a way of communicating an upper echelon society. As a kind of an aggressive knock against how the peasant farmers typically hold themselves. I would also recommend you dress the part. We will not provide, as our organization, any kind of fancy clothes for you, as that is not something I currently have available in the first place. We are not a tailor. So, I would highly recommend that you somehow make your way to get the fanciest clothing you can. It doesn't need to be regionally appropriate. You can just pass off as saying you're a foreign trader of some kind. I am curious how you're going to go about hiding your friend Laszlo, however. The size there is, quite an interesting spectacle, to say the least. I do not have any advice on that particular instance, as it is a thing I've never had to deal with.
It's a unique situation for us every time that we have to deal with it.
That's not something in my life that I've ever planned on having to deal with either. So
Mind you,
this is what he wanted.
It was only his ego previously, and now it's his form.
First he had a big head, now he has a big ass.
And a big head.
and even longer arms. God damn. You should see
Many.
his weird eyes.
Fuck you, I hear.
You don't hear this. Lol tells you that it happens.
Fuck you. I'm guarding the door with my life. So.
Did you have any other questions?
What is so you say not to wear our pins and not to go around calling ivory stuff.
Correct.
What would be a neutral code phrase?
I love the flower.
A relatively neutral code phrase that we use that doesn't involve speaking of ivory specifically is highly pertinent to our deals with antiques. If you have anything specifically referring to pottery, that would help. Now, some people might be potters in general, as their actual real profession, but it is not something that people talk about on a normal basis. If you talk about an extensive collection of fine pottery, then that may catch the right ears. And a sudden outburst of enthusiasm from someone also speaking of their fine pottery collection should be a dead giveaway. And then you can go about your business speaking of pottery elsewhere.
Just one more thing. Meetings. You said
Salus.
Salus, right?
I think is what
Right.
Adam.
Salus. Okay, yeah. Okay. Contacting Salus once we get to the tavern, Jade Glory. You said he doesn't know what we look like. We don't know what he looks like.
I've informed him that you are going to be on approach. When? I did not give a specific time, but I give him a very vague description of your persons. So don't disguise your main features unless it is absolutely necessary.
Alright, I'll try not to cast any transmutation things then. I should
What
really
color is
get
your
it.
hair now?
It's gold. I'm a Saiyan.
He does have a very keen eye, so by that I mean he has replaced one of his eyes with a magical artifact that allows him to see invisible things. So, if that is something that you might want to take into account when you're meeting him, that is up to you.
That actually brings up to one of my questions. Magic, and specifically magic items, is all kind of a touchy subject up there. Should we be taking any precautions with the items that we tend to carry around just by, like...
That depends on which company you intend to meet first. Now, reasonably speaking, magical items are kept only to the upper echelon of society, be it magical weapons, trinkets, articles of clothing, even the smallest mundane walking cane that extends to a larger size than usual. Anything of the sort is highly regulated to only be used by nobility and the upper class. If you are seen using those particular items, I'd highly recommend complaining about the weather while waving, if you know what I mean.
Local spider moans of weather.
Now, if you
all
bring
the
that
time.
into a peasant society, be it on the outskirts of a village or town, where everyone around there has been made unaccessible to these magical technologies, they will more than likely give you, in the best case scenario, a very, very angry look. Worst case scenario, they attack you on sight. It is not always so violent, though, because they understand the large discrepancy of power between someone holding a flaming sword and another one holding a garden hoe.
dirty
Ignore the end of the Witcher books.
They
I don't know what you're talking about. That pitchfork really got.
1,000-degree pitchfork.
Right? Fuck. All right.
Check this bale out.
So, I'd highly recommend you steer clear of any sort of peasant working class if you can help it. There are some times where you will not be able to do so. For example, if you're taking a boat over there, you will be most likely touching down in a location primarily manned by unmagical people. That is. And even a caravan taking you from the port to the city would also highly likely be manned by non-magical individuals. If you need to find your own way, maybe that would be a mild inconvenience for you, but the best route. Considering our covert company, it's probably for the best.
DM,
Hi.
would I, as Kalos, know any way of getting in through the front gates, like a sewer or a crack in the?
That's our front
That's,
gate.
that's, the, that's the
sewer.
opposite of a front gate.
The rat gate, you should say.
the rat gate,
Bypassing the front gate.
Is there
I
a
think.
spider gate?
or some
Chance.
sort of other way of getting in, because we know Laszlo has the mud, the dust somewhere, and from what we understand, it's a couple of miles down. So I'm assuming we're gonna be entering by the farms. So do I know any way of getting in?
I don't
From
know,
that
does your
direction?
history check?
Oh shit!
Oh.
Man, I'm gonna give myself a +5 on
Oh
this.
no, I forgot about my Goonies style.
22 total.
Alright, no, you didn't forget. Okay.
Alright, cool.
For one brief microsecond, he had a lapse of judgment.
I did.
You did the
Just-
Patrick-
and just
you did the
shouted rat
Patrick
hole.
blank stare,
What
Rat
if-
hole.
a little bit, like, oh.
Actually, not rat hole.
I used to paraglide into...
Yeah, I don't know how.
If you just climb to the top of Borka Ridge and jump.
Just
With a
yeah, just
paraglider.
the
Just-
fucking Mount Olympus where they
Yeah.
all are. Yeah.
Ignore
Hey guys.
the mouth.
I shred. Don't know if you know.
I as then shred.
So, they have gone so far to segregate the poor people... Sorry, I mean the non-magicals.
I mean,
The magicals and the non-magicals, they have separate sewer systems for them. One of them is for the rich people, or fine, I'll just say rich versus poor, but it's supposed to be magical versus non-magical. The rich people have a sewer system that starts, of course, in the city and goes throughout the upper district of Hecafates, and it pours out into the bog to the east, or the swamp, I should say, the Grey Rot Swamp. And then the one for the poor people, they have not gotten enough of an irrigation system to make it go particularly far, so it pours back out into local artificially made irrigation systems that are either used by farmers for fertilizer or just dig a trench into a hole and hope that doesn't fill up too soon. So
doing the quick maths in my head, we would have to go to the swamp and...
yeah, you would need to go out to the swamp and then find an entryway, and that would lead you directly into the under portions of the rich people district. Now, in terms of specific length and location, the locations, there are several different ones. They're kind of like a tree branch. It branches out in many different directions. Some of them are very tight tunnels that would definitely not allow specifically normal-sized Laszlo to fit through. And there's larger tubes that could accommodate even the largest of caravans, so that the drainage in fast-moving waters, so to speak, doesn't clog up the waterways. And by that, I don't necessarily mean a lot of poop. I mean because you are next to a mountain, and the runoff could just join the sewer system. So I mean water runoff from a mountain. I don't mean poop. Could be poop.
So if you go through the Grey Rock swamp system,
I
Laszlo would
always
have
thought that the Grey Rot Swamp was to the north. Does it encapsulate in like a sort of crescent around?
It is a decent size, not just north, but it's like north by northwest.
Yeah.
And a little bit east.
That whole top segment, yeah.
All right, so I have a way to get the group in then.
Physically, yeah.
Physically.
Now, alternatively, if you don't want to do that, you could go by the poor people's irrigation duct. It's more of a ditch, not so much a concrete tube. It's just like a ditch that they dug out, kind of like how I did in the first Valheim server, where I just carved through a fucking continent. But it's just a ditch, so it doesn't have much cover, and it's going to be primarily just, you know, there's no top to it.
Is it guarded by guards?
No, it's filled with poop though. I mean, both of them are gonna be. Oh, both
The
of them are
weather
gonna
of this
be.
poop is gross.
Yeah, but
That's
the
how
other
I'm
one
getting
is
them.
fancy poop because they eat fancy food.
I don't know about that.
But it is going to be more easily accessible and closer in terms of relative distance, because the Grey Rot Swamp is a decent distance away in terms of a walk. So it's much more concealed, but further, versus less concealment, but closer. So you guys can choose between those. Obviously, one leads into a different portion of the city as well, so depending on where you're trying to get to, it'll be more convenient for one or the other.
Alright, I think that also kind of answers my second question, but I'll kind of get it here. I'll kind of just so we can kind of reconfirm it. The dirt Laszlo there a little while ago, that takes us somewhere out there. That's where we'd be teleporting if we decided to go that.
It would be relatively south of where Hecafates is, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
The dirt came from...
Actually, probably for the best.
Yeah.
Okay.
He laughed at his dirt collection and it comes in clutch.
We didn't say it was useless. We just thought it was funny that you're just the kid who
The kid?
collected a jar of dirt.
Put many jars of many dirts.
He's just got like a bandolier.
I've got a whole sorted system of dirts.
Did you have any other questions that I can help with for your near future journey? There are a lot of things and hoops to jump through, so I understand you might have some cautions trying to get into the city, even as someone who's a native there. Considering how much time has passed and the ongoing Civil War, just keep in mind that guard activity is high almost everywhere you go. Even around the peasant farmers, there may be a couple guard patrols on the local roads to make sure no one is hoarding any magical items.
Gotcha.
Damn it, we really good if I could get in contact with my old people.
Isn't that what we're going? Because
No, but like
their guy?
relatively, like if I could just get in contact with them now, with them to get me an in.
I mean, that's who we're. I mean, this is why we're going to all the trouble. It's them who we're trying to get to, right?
Well, that's when Salus is gonna give us.
Exactly. That's why we're doing this.
All right.
Everything squared away then?
We survived Sanctus and their bureaucracy. I think we can. I think we can. I think we can squeak through this.
We have one more thing for you. We might be going to. No, we're going to go to. What the fuck is the capital?
Gothmagak.
Gothmagak. We understand.
Dingle dingle.
From what I understand, you have a contact up there. Do you want to drop anything off for them?
I have nothing for them right now. They are probably one of the most affluent branches of our company that is not from Rutash, so they are getting along well by themselves. No need to contact them unless absolutely necessary.
Could you, just in case if we need to pawn anything off to them, do you have what they use as a cover?
It is a universal for our company to refer to ancient pottery.
So no, I'm saying a cover like you have the flower shop. He has.
Oh, I see what you mean. Specifically, in order to make sure they are well integrated with that particular society, they run a potion shop. You can actually get potions while you're there, so if you find it convenient, you might as well stop by and make their business flourish, I suppose.
Do you, by any happenstance, know the name of this potion shop?
Let me get the name of the individual as well as the name of the store.
Penance 5 is their name.
Penn Island.
Abzone.
What's
Dong
the
City.
guy that you guys keep referring to with the big head? What's his name again?
Yakub.
Yakub.
He's on the spaceship.
It's not
right?
Yakub.
It's just
Andrew,
Yakub.
it's Yakub. We're gonna manifest this Adam to
It's Yakub. That's the brain's name.
corn on the
Yakub.
cob is his name.
He is the.
Do they have like Gromnil bucks? Is that, or do they use gold?
They use gold.
Okay.
It's only Sanctus that has gone away from
Paper. Ooh. Vanity.
Bucks, as you call them.
Coinos.
Although Audra are the platinum that aren't good, that are only
Yeah,
they're
that's
the
like
they're the
super
Chuck E.
money.
Cheese money.
Mhm.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese, yeah.
Browse Entertainment coin.
You're going to be looking for the black stone vial. Run by a dwarven individual. Naturally. Goes by the name of Fozik Black Sunder.
Bozic. Black. A fucking cool ass name. Bozic Black.
I mean, it's no Snabberdoodle, but
It's also no Fug, but you know, Fug the real.
Fug Fug. The Fug Meister, as
The
you call
Fug
him.
Meister.
His party name.
Fug doesn't always party, but when he does, he changes his name to the Fugmeister.
Vigilante activities.
Well, you certainly have many different destinations on your plate, so I suppose you should probably hit the road soon.
We got one more stop before we get to Hecate. All right. Well, it's good to join the Ivory Crown officially.
Good to have you. You've been a very, very interesting and very helpful group to have, even if you were just freelancers up until now. So, keep good company, and there'll be more profits for you in the very, very near future.
Cool. All right, Lucio. We'll be in contact.
Of course.
All right.
Have a pleasant day, Sir or Madams.
Hey, I
Hey, yo,
love the Red
give me a-
Sox. I love the Red Sox.
Hey,
He's in.
that
He's
means we
in.
gotta
Get
talk talking like
down
this soon. We coming in and out of here.
Okay.
Okay.
What's he? What else
Forget
does he
about
say?
it.
That's not. That's you guys. You people.
What do you mean by you people?
You know what I mean.
Jersey
Now you're gonna know how it
Shore.
feels to have all like this
Yeah.
crazy Ivory
Oh,
Crown
the.
stuff. Shoes on the other foot.
As you exit the back room area, you can see that Laszlo has set himself up as guard dog. I don't know whether or not he's literally barking at people when he walks by, but
Fuck you, passerby. No, I didn't say anything.
Get the
I'm
fuck
just,
out of here, bitch.
I'm minding my business. Being a
but
wizard.
as soon as you hear your companions exiting, and you can see that our friend Lucio has switched the closed sign back to open, you may stop standing in front of the door. Or you
I
could
scuttle
So how are the
backwards
flowers doing?
immediately. I scuttle up the wall to let people out.
gross.
Wouldn't you scuttle up the wall?
How is me asking how things went more strange than you scuttling?
I scuttle out the way of the door, then I scuttle down next to the door.
The word scuttling already has connotations. Skittered.
Scuttle.
Skedaddle.
Scuttle. Moist.
I moistly scuttle.
Ugh.
I'm trying to pick this shit and can't.
Well,
pick
I'm
it
not.
up.
I'm not skeezed by the word moist, but if you said like, what was? I'm not gonna say it because someone's gonna say it immediately afterwards. So never mind.
No, we
It's
won't
fine.
say it now. We'll wait till you
We'll
least
deploy
expect
it on
and
you.
then we'll say it.
That's
Well,
how
you
we ensure Max cringing
Well,
staff.
you guys already know that I don't like it when people say "daddy." So
Henry
dad-
said it.
daddy-
Every
daddy
opportunity.
scuttle.
Well,
I'm gonna contact my devil daddy.
yay. That's all I gotta say about that.
he's just gonna ask you like, "Are you dead yet?" Like, because you need to build things when you die forever. Jeez.
That's a work in progress.
Are you dying, son?
Not yet. Oh well.
Have you
work on
considered?
that.
Have you considered killing yourself?
Put
You
your
should
hand
kill
in the
yourself
outlet.
now.
I kind of really need you right now to die. Whoa. Jeez.
We got a pizza party coming up. You won't want to miss it.
It is just like charred black pizza because it's just too hot down there.
Mhm.
You like charcoal? No? Well, you will learn to like it.
Alright. As we come out and we gather the group up. Okay, so we need to get fancy attire. Would you guys prefer a tailor from Soho or a tailor from Anupolis?
I've got my fancy clothes already.
It has to be extremely fancy, apparently.
I mean, wasn't that Dauntless's requirement was be extremely fancy?
Ah, okay, so you're good. But
I
is it
have
red,
the
though,
finest
It's red
blue, giant blue suit. I have.
Well,
I
that's
think
gonna
I
be a
think you
problem.
yeah,
What?
Laz, you're-
What? I'm not gonna be a problem. I'll be fine.
I'm just saying, horse.
it's not Alright. Varys, would you
Greg said
prefer-
get him some. He's in the chat.
What the?
Horse.
would you prefer
Aren't you supposed to be at work, Greg?
Greg, people are starving because you're just like that. I don't know.
I guess
People
I
are dying.
We could
I-
be we could go with Rutosh. Say we we could get something. I mean, if we want to be really specific about our cover story, where we want to get into it, we could say we're Pearl Diver representing the.
let's say we're here on
Maybe that's too specific.
we're here on
We're international businessmen.
we represent a company in Rutosh, and if they ask what company, we'll say the
I think you're already complicating it way more than it needs to be.
All right, let's get Rutashi and fancy clothes.
I think I remember buying fancy clothes for Laszlo for when we traveled over for the first time, so I'll just use those.
But aren't you a big spider?
Still covers his torso. He just needs spider pants.
There's no such thing. It's never been done before. I'd probably have to go to the blacksmith and get some like bangles and stuff and jewelry. I'll go to Warris's and get some jewelry and adorn my limbs with that.
Well,
That
if
could
you guys
work,
want
I'd imagine.
tailored fancy clothes, can go somewhere between 30 and 50 gold pieces, depending on if you want to get just like a two-piece suit or if you want to get a extra digs. Now, Rutash style is not like a tuxedo that you might see Jim Carrey wearing, but it has many of the local customs, such as animal furs, and the color palette is typically brown from the furs. Greg said either get something for his Zip body or Dr. Bananas. This is fucking Jekyll and Mr.
Doesn't
Hyde
Dr.
thing over
Bananas
here.
have a suit already?
Yeah, he
Did we go
does.
through a shit ton of stuff to make sure Dr. Bananas looked like a professor or something?
Well,
Well, you could look like many professions, Alec. Okay. 'Cause
I think
he's-
it would be
Alright,
more
that's right,
convenient
that's
to
right.
get something for the Zip
Yeah.
body. You don't refer to your normal state as the Zip body.
Well, the normal state is Dr.
I mean, look,
Bananas.
there's
I'll
already-
have you know.
there's already-
Yeah,
Okay.
don't, let's not
Greg, I've got you
pigeonhole Dr.
covered, buddy.
Bananas.
I've got you covered.
It has to be super fancy. All right, that's
I
probably gonna
say
be a.
we get,
That's
I
50, that's
agree,
like
we get
50
something.
gold.
I agree we get something for Zip, and then
For
worst
Zip's
case scenario
body.
with Zip, he can just disguise himself as like a fly, and we could just carry him.
A fly and a
Like,
spider. We'll go in the poop tunnel.
Well, no, he's one fly. You're a bunch of spiders, so
yeah.
Zip is the easiest one to deal with. I
I
think.
think also Laszlo, to be quite honest with you, he can
Yeah.
just crawl around the gate and just meet us on the other side. Still wearing fancy.
You
ass
know, what if I
clothes,
then
though.
de-spider? Then they're like, oh my god, I'd rather be known to be a big spider, man.
Spider Man.
That would just make it hard to be a clandestine secret agent, though, being known as the big spider guy about
Yeah.
town.
Unless
All
someone
right.
is willing to purchase me multiple spider outfits for all of my mini form, I will. I'll just be a little spider. I got outfits.
Okay, if we're talking like how many spiders?
Am
what's the
I?
size
It's like
box
two.
that
It's
you
like
fill?
it's like 200 spiders.
How
But you
many?
could fill like a small box, like a 1 foot cube.
Well, can I Google 200 spiders and see what that looks
I
like?
don't
Get
wa-
Henry
I
to do
don't
it.
wanna
Get
do
Henry to
that.
do it. Get
I
Henry
don't
to
wanna
do
do
it.
that.
Get Henry to look it up on the big screen.
Well,
Fuck
actually,
you,
let's
man.
reiterate a question we've probably asked, but let's read: does Laszlo turn into little spiders like little Daddy Longlegs, or does he turn into
He said
like
it, you
tarantula
fucker.
size? Tarantula
Fuck.
size. Because
Hold on, I gotta go on like Bing Create or something and have it generate 200 spiders.
What is the
This looks
volume?
like about 200.
Yeah, something
Henry
already.
verify? I'm joking. I shouldn't. Shouldn't
But
point
I
it
mean,
out.
mind you, I don't have a phobia of
Alright, so
spiders.
this looks like
It's
this.
gross.
It's third, yeah.
Dude, they eat other bugs. It's fine.
I love spiders.
I need to be signed in. Fuck.
Oh.
You won't get my information.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and I support the spider.
But what? Look, we could
the
just play this
racism of
simple and get like
spiders.
a glass box, and it's like, oh, my terrarium full of spiders.
That
It
looks
is
like
a
a
human.
box with. I'd say there's at least like 150
Was
in
it the
there.
guessing game? I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
how many-
I'm just saying, we don't need to overcomplicate this. Like the horse thing is, like that's possible, but like.
Well, I
it's
can just be. I could just like modify. I could probably like
We could just go with
disguise my upper half to be like an actual spider, and then I can
we
just
just
be a
say-
full wizard. But I can just be I'm a spider. Ooh.
Why don't you just say that mutation from your wizardry experiments?
I feel like they're gonna politely but firmly tell you to stay outside the city.
Yeah. Oh, the freak guy.
we already established he's got immutable form.
Yep. I have that. Yeah.
Enlarged, reduced does not work on
Nope.
him. Okay.
I feel like a terrarium of spiders is like the kooky rich person.
But what if you need me for spells and stuff?
We open the box.
And then a
You
giant guy
get
comes out.
released.
Well, if things hit the fan, like yeah.
If you're gonna be very posh, you could just be the princess, right?
I mean, I look all scarred up. I just don't think it's that far of a stretch to be like, oh, the princess is just fucking strange and has a box of spiders.
Or a giant spider person that they use as a mount.
Would your family care that you're throwing around the name Princess Mordremoth in Hecafeats?
I mean, very much so, but like, I also think that the end of the world takes a bit of precedent here.
All right, let's do this then. All right,
You could
let's-
use me as like as a beast of
What are they
burden,
gonna do?
I guess.
Kill me again?
I mean, do you want
Got
to?
him. Got him.
What am I gonna
if you
do?
want.
Daddy
Explode?
Mordremoth won't know
Stop.
what hit him when you hit him with that one.
Oh no! I mean, I'm more than happy to just be me. I don't give a shit of society. So
Yeah, you
But
might
our
not give
mission
a
gives a
shit.
shit about
Clandestine
But yeah.
operation.
I got
Also-
fancy digs.
Also, society gives a shit what you look like.
Maybe I don't know. What do you want me to do?
You know what? We'll buy you your fancy digs, and then we'll
Buy
we'll
a-
plan for multiple contingencies.
I
How
have
about that?
I have it written down.
Okay.
I have
So you have
fancy,
fancy- okay.
Sanctus attire.
Okay,
So then
so
who needs
it's
fancy
just,
digs?
just me, you.
Zip
Zen.
and Dr. Bananas and Zen.
No,
No,
Dr.
Dr.
Bananas
Bananas
has the suit. He's good.
Oh, you could get it splash out a little bit.
Dr.
hit-
Bananas has good. What
Hit
about
one in the chat,
Zen?
Greg, if you want more outfit.
Zen has his. I think he has fancy digs as well, right?
I think he just wears no top, and it's just.
He's a monk. He doesn't need to wear anything at all.
I'm a spider. I don't need to not wear clothes. But I wear clothes. Like,
Do
very.
you wear clothes?
Yeah. Look at my character. I haven't got a tire on right now.
All right, so
You have a whole
Varys,
tire?
Zip.
I wear a tire. Yeah.
Does I don't know if Zen has clothes. Fancy clothes.
He's wearing a bush still.
Let's
I
get him
buy a
fancy
fancy
clothes.
bush.
All right, so for
What am I doing?
And
Am
the,
I
and
going?
the finest of leave-ins for his for the
Am I going in a
International
jar?
Beer
you're going. We're planning for multiple. You have your fancy clothes, and
I'm not
we'll
gonna be
get
able to
yours.
see if I'm on Daedalus, by the way, because they just emit light all the time, unless they choose
No,
to
they
not.
don't. They could turn it off.
That's just their armor.
It's just
Yeah, I
yeah.
can just press a button.
Okay.
All right, so most of the league is getting fancy clothes at. What's her name again in the
Must-
You call them Mima,
Yeah.
Mima?
but that was in Allport.
Isn't it Mima? I thought it was Mima.
Oh,
in
here in
here.
Solholm.
Yeah.
Who was in? We had someone also in Allport that did stuff. Also, did you want to message your husband, Princess?
Mima Penelope.
I don't know if they're of any use right now. Probably not,
Penelopius.
but maybe just.
Can I get
message
a
him
pipe for Dr. Banana?
now. Yes, you can. Yes,
you know how big
can.
that pipe that would be?
A
It
crack pipe? Sure.
would look like it would look like a
Great
didgeridoo.
club.
Now it's a didgeridoo.
You're just making it sound better. You're enticing him.
We're gonna need a bigger corn cob. Alright, well, the clothes aren't free.
Comedy items.
Oh
So-
gosh, give me a number.
If you want to go for the biggest, fanciest things you could possibly have, where it has like gold-colored lining and trim, and it's got the thing that makes your shoulders nice and squared,
Makes
and
the
it-
beach so you get old.
but that's gonna be 50 gold at the top. If you want to buy the minimum, it'll be 30.
So 50 gold, 50 times 4 is 200.
I'm gonna pay for.
I got everyone.
I got all this
got it.
gold. I got a gold. A lot of.
Oh, you got gold? Alright, so why don't you pay for the whole thing then?
Okay.
And I'll take the credit.
Guys, I bought it.
Whoa!
So what is that?
shit.
200 gold for 4 people? We're getting digs for.
Two
fanciest of
spiders.
Should we get jewelry?
You could get jewelry.
I think the dripped out magical equipment we have suggests high society, personally.
Well, if you want, I mean, just get Pearl Diver insignias.
No, let's
Wait,
not
you
get
already have
pearl
those, don't you?
divers.
Do have those if we wanted to use.
You could be like, oh, I want to go and look at stuff
I
here.
brought my spider box, and I will not be leaving until I
Well,
got
you-
the thing.
Well, you're known to have guards. I am probably been a big spider around you a few times, so there's that angle.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, we can use that for you. All right, we're good. Let's go to talk to the necromancer.
Why?
Then we have to tell him to harass the shipments, or
I thought we weren't doing that.
All right, let's go do your
We
fancy
got a
dance.
couple more days.
We
with
were
that.
we said to do the whole. I don't know if you has anyone's opinion changed since now getting this information about stuff in Ekphys.
I
Because
thought
I don't think we should harass them.
All right, so let's fucking.
Is in my
go to
opinion,
Hecate.
but I'm not everyone.
We've also
so.
got 2 more days before we have to if we want to.
Oh, what the
follow
hell
through
is
on that
this you
plan.
sent me?
Because if it's going out on the 28th, it's the 25th. We've got.
What's that? Why have you sent me that?
Why not?
Item.
You should have called him daddy.
You're
No, I'm not.
disgusting.
You are gross. You are gross
All right.
and sick in the head.
So do your
Especially it's
fancy.
Father's Day too. That's the worst
Yeah.
part.
So do
Happy
your-
Daddy's Day, everyone.
Alright, Varys takes 1 point of damage. I don't care.
Every for now until the end. Yes, a minute it passes in Africa or whatever. I don't know.
So do your
Uh,
fancy dancy.
Well, like every time I
dancy.
clap my hands, a child dies in Africa. Stop
That
doing
guy
it,
that does
you
the
evil-
fastest, the guy that does the fastest claps, Germa clip.
Oh, they're talking about
Hold
that
on,
guy
check
who was
this
the
out. Yeah,
fastest
what he
reader
said.
who was like.
Just
Right.
cursing every African person. What am I doing? What's happening?
We're going to Hecafates now that we got our fancy clothes. Or is that not the plan? I'm sorry.
No one else is saying anything, and I
Um,
don't want to speak for the group.
I think it's
so-
the plan. Is there anything else? Any other prep we can really do? Avenue of the plan. I mean, Zen's
don't-
not here if we wanted to, so we can't even go oh, let's change gears completely again and go find Loki since he's not here. So
Alright, that would have been also a big thing you could have done.
Should we?
Big if true. Oh yeah,
we
Andrew, what do you
tell,
think? What's your stance? You're not. What do you think?
muted again.
Oh, okay.
Big.
The prophecy. The
Dan,
prophecy.
what do you want to do?
I want to do what you guys want to do. Is travel
I
to
want to do
Hecafates.
what you
So,
want to do.
so you want me to teleport? I'll
Greg,
tell-
what do you want to do? You're in chat.
Buy more suits. He's like the Sims. Can I get a pipe for Dr. Banana? 1 banana, singular banana.
I've got the Sims 4 through Game Pass. I could make a
You
family.
could make the
I can
group.
make the league. I could make the league.
Can you make a Spider-Man?
I don't know if I can make them elves and stuff. I don't know if
Yeah,
there's a.
Actually,
Give him fucking
add-on.
fancy dress like Halloween outfits.
before we do go, we should probably let Summer watch. What the fuck was that?
That was kind of crazy.
Someone have one of those really cool death whistles.
That sounded like that.
I kind of want one.
Maybe, is
I know,
Andrew's
me
Roomba
too.
weaponized itself? Like,
I would never get a chance
Uh,
to use it though.
isn't it bad luck to do that or something?
I don't
Like,
believe in that.
No, I don't think so.
I will blow on that daily.
Jesus.
Skinwalker.
I'll get a pigeon one.
Yeah,
Oh,
he,
Pigeon sound.
that's
If I
awful.
find the
Dan.
video, there's this guy that just blows 4 of them, and
Oh yeah, I saw
Jesus.
that on the
Cried.
internet.
I
Oh.
was like, yeah.
Was it the
that's
one where he
fucking
was like
cool.
doing it into that concrete sewer drain?
Yup,
Yeah, that one
yup,
was great.
yup, that one. I
All
was
the
just like,
crocodiles down there are like,
"Ooh,
what is that?
why are we
What
here?"
the hell?
We should just let Summer watch know where we're going, and then we should dip out.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
We go back to the university, tell Summerwatch, hey Summerwatch, we're here, bye, okay.
I'm not taking the ship this time, so just hang tight. We'll
Any
keep in touch.
upgrades you can think of or further stuff, do it. You have the know-how and the
You have the technology to make him better.
yes.
Well, if you need me to come in and swoop down to help, where are you guys going?
Hecafates.
I see.
Germany.
We're gonna go see.
During
What's-
the Berlin Wall. It's kind of the picture I'm getting of this place.
We're gonna go see Yakub. That's who we're.
Oh, I know
I've
you.
always wanted to actually
Why
meet
didn't
him.
you say I know Yakub
I
personally?
am coming too now.
I am an avid enjoyer of magnets, I'll have you know. And what does he say, Andrew? What's a Yakub quote?
Does he have any quotes?
What's he
I
famously
hear
known
someone's
for?
gonna have Yakub quotes on hand.
He just
It will be him.
magnets.
I
shoot
love
magnet.
magnet. Is that neodymium, my guy? A very powerful magnet. Well, the
Do your
magnets,
most
and
fanciest
I
of
cling the
dance.
oids. Am I dancing? Am I okay? I did.
thought
I
that's-
did ask you a question while you weren't here, Andrew. Is there any opposition? Do you have any opinions of like the next steps?
Look. I still think we should bring a box just in case.
Okay, all right. Well, I can't dance in a little box. What do you want? Like a little
A
spider block?
shoebox?
I just want like a tiny box, and I'm gonna stick random twigs and shit in there, so it looks like a terrarium. So
And then I'll live in there.
How big a box would you need for 200 spiders?
Who's gonna be carrying this box? You
I mean,
can't be carrying it because you're the princess.
Why
carry
not?
it under my arm? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you're not gonna question my box, are you? What's in the box?
And I'm gonna write spiders. No, I'll write spiders on.
Hornets. I'll write H so I remember. It's like Charlie.
Do you want to know? Do you really want to know?
It's a wizard. Why couldn't Loth be a lizard? Because I could be a wizard lizard.
Whoa.
A wizard of the school of lizard. And a lizard. Wizard.
Right.
The recaps write themselves.
I don't know if you've seen that thing where it's like an AI generated image of Will Smith at an anvil with a hammer. It's like, Will Smith? Yes, Will Smith, Will Smith. Something. Anyway.
Wood, chop wood. Cool, yeah, I'll dance my little 8 legs off, and I will teleport the group using the dirt that I got to get us to Hecaphates, so south of it. Time zone, 5 hours. Woo.
Another 5-hour jump. Your internal clocks are fucked. But, you know, we don't have to worry about that because it ain't real. But as soon as you teleport over using this dirt from a faraway nation, the temperature increases to be significantly warmer, as Utash is cold in the first place.
Wow, Adam, wow.
Hey, I am no scientist, but I know that...
Are fancy clothes tailored for the cold?
It's, you know...
Or could have been like, alright, hey, we're gonna go here, make it not as warm, please. And they would have been like, alright.
It helps us stay in character. We've got to
Yeah.
we got to complain about the heat.
It is tailored
found
for
dead.
Rutash, which in the summer, it is not summer because it's September, but in the early autumn of Rutash, it is generally pretty cold. Just wait for my desk to go down. I gotta grease the hinges, it's very squeaky.
We need some kind of pigeon sound. Dying.
Do we?
I need 7 hours of pigeon audio now.
That's the worst
Drop it.
white noise you could put on your fucking...
Stop it.
I'm pigeon. I might manifest Pat arriving if I do that. So the pigeon will turn the computer on.
User has joined.
Well, the location you've teleported to is not within Hecaphates. The location given to you was south of the city. Now, if you take in mind what actual Rutash north half even looks like, it doesn't turn into a canyon-esque area just yet, so it is pretty typical of a northern hemisphere European American equivalent.
Now, remind me, Hecaphates is a port city or is it
Nope.
landlocked? Is it
Landlocked.
We're using a river to the
Oh, that's
west.
right.
Yeah.
And then it's in the middle. Okay.
Yep. It's got a swamp to the north
I do not
and
have the
east,
Dominus map in front
and
of me,
and
so-
to the west is a giant mountain range called Borka Ridge, and then it's south of that is other regions which we don't need to go to.
But and to the east is the Grey Rot Swamp. So, if you're going to be entering through there, you're going to need to do a decent wide berth from where you currently are, going about northeast by eastish until you eventually hit swamp. Because the current location here is a relatively remote area. The agent, presumably Salus, went out pretty far, and the city is not within line of sight as you teleport here. The ground has been relatively compacted. There is some wild grasses in your immediate area, but for the most part it has been deforested to some extent. The location that they have given you in terms of the dirt appears to be an old abandoned logging camp for felling trees and whatnot. I say abandoned because there's no people here. The equipment, or the sawmill specifically, is in a state of advanced disrepair and would require many hours of labor to get operational again.
Shit. Shit. Hold on. I gotta.
You got shit? Okay.
That's like as he's doing an Andy right now. He's oh, I gotta go. There's adversity. He lands on home turf, needs to shit immediately. It's an
I
ambush,
mean,
guys.
you are most comfortable pooping in your own home, so I'm just saying.
He's been holding in that poop the whole time.
Oh, that's awful.
That is bad. Yeah, he's like a bear at hibernation.
You've lived in Rutash for like years.
Yeah, I know.
It's an eventful homecoming, guys.
Oh my god, Brown Town.
Well, in any case, this abandoned logging camp is indeed abandoned. But now you're here, and now you can refurbish it, because that's what you're here for, right?
Yeah. How did you know?
We're gonna make an honest living.
A lumber lad.
The 2 months we have left.
Yeah, I think we make a nice little cabin. I like that.
What are we gonna do? The Persona 3 thing, where it's like we're just gonna forget everything is happening and just pretend, plug our ears and just let
Bury
the
our
real
heads
world
in the
happen.
collective sand that is not on this continent.
But with Poop Boy, I don't call Poop Boy.
No.
Let me check the time. 2 hours in. Now we can go a little bit more for break. Wow, Pat's really late.
Maybe Pat's just not arriving.
Could be.
Maybe
It
he
is
had Daddy
Favors.
Day.
Don't. Oh my god.
Could be. Yeah, it could be Father's Day stuff.
Father's Day.
In any case, as you get here, you need to first figure out which direction you're going, because
Northwards.
how are you going to determine north? You don't have some sort of compass.
We don't have a human compass. Oh wait.
You are the human compass.
Turns out we're in the magical zone that confuses.
Oh, it flipped it. It's West.
There's also a dirt path that the loggers would have used, obviously, but it goes in 2 different directions. You can't tell if one is north or if one is south, or it could be going from east to west, who knows? Or even worse, diagonal.
Efficient.
So what
Treading
does the
least.
League do?
Dig down.
We lay down.
Return to Rutash the
Um,
hard way.
Minecraft.
Minecrafting.
We were pointed in a direction.
You're telling me you don't know the direction we're facing right now, Varus?
I'm assuming Varus in his natural explorer passage.
Lick a tree. I don't know what you do,
Knows
but
which way north and. Actually, doesn't one of us have a compass?
I will lick a tree. Well, you got a map.
Probably. Well, a map without a compass is just a GPS that isn't turned on. Yeah, that's a good metaphor. Does Natural Explorer give you directions, actually? Ranger.
I know it prevents you from getting lost. I haven't checked the wording on time because we haven't needed it. Let me see. I have versions of it written down. All right, let's see. All right, wrong sheet. Ignore difficult terrain. Blah 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 blah. Group doesn't get lost. Remain alert. Well, so the phrasing I have group doesn't get lost is the kind of all-encompassing phrasing that I have.
Does
written
not
for
have
this.
anything about detecting where north is. So you could wander around and you effectively wouldn't get lost.
What's the
a
biggest
church of
tree in the
traditionalists.
area that has not been chopped down by these lumber heads?
I'm back. What did I miss?
The guys are trying to determine which direction is north.
Which direction is the swamp, city boy?
Are we going to the swamps or are we going through the uncovered sewers?
Actually,
It's either
check it for
trench or the poop tube.
compass. I feel like I bought a compass.
Which ones would you guys prefer?
Am I getting in the shoebox or whatever?
I think it's too early for that. I thought the plan was that you're like another whatchamacallit.
Yeah, but I got it just in case.
Okay.
Okay. We're trying to determine what direction's north, and Varys has not licked a tree yet, so I don't know what. I was going to climb a tree and see if I could see the city. Got big walls, right?
Could
Big
you have little
walls.
Loth
The
climb
biggest
tree?
walls.
That little
Well,
Wolf is busy right now. On job.
Lolo is the busiest.
I'll just climb up the biggest tree I see, and I'll try to get a lay of the land.
You hear, or not hear, what you see Laszlo skitter up a tree.
Is it daytime?
It is late or early evening, late afternoon.
Oh, brilliant. I can probably just roll straight then.
As you climb to the top of the tree, there are many sights to be seen. The mountain ridge is visible from almost every part of the continent, at least in this upper third. Followed by your relative location puts you not close enough to the coast so that you can see the water.
Okay,
But the mountain
is it
range is very much in line of sight.
on my left or my right of me?
It is in your 10 o'clock on an analog clock.
We just keep that on our left and go
Go that
up.
way.
With the direction determined, the League is going to be venturing towards the Grey Rot Swamp. Confirm or deny?
Is that what we agreed? Now, I thought that was the, but now there's a second option that I was.
It's
Yeah, the
either
poop trench.
poop trench or the poop chute.
Either way, poop will be
Which
involved.
one was more appropriately sized for a giant Spider-Man?
There will be areas in the poop chute where spider will have to become less. Will have to become bunch spiders, and it's a couple of days travel. By my quick calculations, math. How many days do you have?
Roll dice and apply your intelligence.
Apply yourself. Now.
Think about what you've done.
Think about it, mate.
Dirty 20.
Wow.
Amazing.
He's doing that.
Well, if you consider your general location, and with Laszlo's help determining the relative distance of Borka Ridge, keeping it at your left-hand side, and making your way around the city of Hecafates, giving it a wide berth, you will need to go off the road, so it's going to be a little bit of a bumpier ride, but thankfully Varys is here to make sure you don't trip on anything or get lost in the sauce. Well, that's never mind. You would hasten to assume that if you wanted to go as quickly as you can, meaning very little rest stop in between, you're probably going to be looking at getting there in approximately 2 days at the quickest, or more if you want to sightsee, for whatever reason.
I'll let the group know. And then the poop ditch.
The poop ditch, while you're not keenly familiar with this ditch, you've never taken a class trip here, for whatever reason, is much closer, and will only get you, or sorry, take you approximately, 7 to 8 hours to get there. Well, at least get to the ditch itself. To travel along the ditch, obviously, is still a bit more time, but getting to the destination is about 7 to 8 hours, and then about 2 days to get to the swamp. And then you also need to look for the entryways, which are not necessarily labeled on any given map.
I let the folks know. So 8 hours or 2 days.
That's 8 hours to find the chute. How long does it take us to get up the chute?
8 hours to find the ditch, and a couple of hours. I'm assuming a couple of hours to get up
I
it.
have a question.
So 12 hours probably we're in the city.
How do you get rid of the smell
I take out
once in said city?
my fancy dancy prestidigitation.
And I think here's the follow-up question. I think that'll be the final deciding factor. Where does each entrance let us in?
The fancy the poop chute lets us into the fancy district. The non-fancy the ditch into the, let's say, poorer side.
The what side?
The poorer side.
Oh, I heard something else.
The pooper side.
The
No,
horror
I heard
side.
horror.
Oh,
The
I'm like,
horror.
I mean, I guess
Marlon
if
Brando.
yeah,
Right.
a horror.
The Apocalypse Now side. Apoopalypse Now.
Ew,
Well, you know, you said poop ditch.
you're a poop ditch.
You said there would be poop in this ditch.
You promised.
I mean, either way, we're gonna be smelling like poop. So
Author's thinly veiled fetish.
Oh,
God.
God. And you're gonna go to the
Goodbye.
poop ditch right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think do we have any?
poop ditch.
Piss
Oh,
forest.
yeah, fine.
We travel through the fabled piss forest to get to the poop ditch.
Do
Shit
you have
Valley.
any
I
last
don't
minute
mind
objections
which.
to the poop ditch?
I don't mind.
You will not be within the upper cities district if you do take the poop ditch, though, so just keep that in mind. You will need to pass through the peasant parts of the country.
Don't call me a fucking peasant.
Pheasant, do you say?
Mm.
I don't mind. Maybe
So
if we.
Does the
like-
swamp do the same? Oh, we still have to pass.
The swamp goes
The swamp gets you
through
directly
nice-
underneath into the sewer system of the upper district. The other one, the ditch, is essentially a big gamble as to where it'll spit you out, metaphorically speaking, and literally.
Like, wouldn't we then just be able to actually travel in that way, like using the this weather?
Ooh, it's,
ooh, you
it's
know.
hot. Ooh. Left hand. Ooh.
Forgets which hand is left hand. And you do that little L thing with your fingers.
Oh,
Shut up, I don't do that. Yes, I do.
he did it right now.
I
He
did. I do.
Take the L.
Pick one. I will let others decide, and I will go that route. I think it would look pretty suspect if we just appear in this upper district and we try to leave it, and then they're like, "Whoa, who are you?" But if we go in with purpose and presence, then they were like made to be there. That is my thinking. Whereas if we sneak in the poopy way, oh no, the not poor way, and we arrive there, and then maybe there's like guarded, then it's like that looks really bad.
What is your feeling, Callus?
I think we should go towards the poor. Really stop calling it the poor way.
My fellow wages route. No. Yeah, I think that way's. Yeah, I agree with that. That because at least then it's not. It's not too overt in the sense that
It's blue collar. There you go.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
blue collar way.
the
instead
life
of
force of the city.
Plus,
Yeah.
it'll give me an excuse to. I don't know. It'll give us some time to It'll give us a reason on why we're not smelling as good as we should smell, because precipitation just makes us smell neutral, and not give us a very nice smelly smell.
We don't have to worry about. Dominus doesn't have the weird Annapolis or Sanctus rules about everyone's got to smell nice and be well oiled and lathered. Besides
Oh,
human.
Not to the
No.
extent that Annapolis is. They are the most extreme of oily people.
And if the guards are like, "Hey, why aren't you smelling this the good smelly smell?" We could be like, "Hey, we were with the blue collars. You know how it is, my guy. And look at this weather. It's so fucking hot. Oh, Jesus."
I got the vapors. Any case.
Papers were had.
So, we're going down the trench. Is everyone in accordance? And buckle up your seatbelt, because this is going to be...
I trip Nautilus now. No. I would never.
out of left field there, but alright there,
I
Pally.
shall offer my back as a mount to lessen the poopiness initially.
Well, because the ditch is kind of covered, we kind of need to be sort of sneaky deaky.
Okay.
You want to be extra sneaky? Is that what you're saying?
We kind of have to be sneaky.
Oh, in the
But I'm
In
saying,
the-
is that your way of saying extra sneaky? As in, put the magic. Actually, no, my magic only lasts for an hour. So like, we
I
have
think
8
once we get closer, you might have
Yeah.
to, yeah.
Yeah, we have 8 hours to go before we're close enough to actually get where we're going. So
So we will be going through the not the chute, the trench. As we go throughout this trench, let's check how much time. Since it is approximately a 7 to 8 hour journey, that's approximately the same time as 1 day's worth of travel. So that warrants a toss of
roll.
the dice.
a toast.
Do it now. I
I
command thee.
volunteer Alec, because he has hands.
And you don't?
I need to pull out some dice because I'm not on the Tailspire.
The Tailspire.
Okay.
I tribute.
I don't know why I volunteered someone else, but yeah.
It's fine.
I don't want to be like,
commit
I'm
as
rolling, I'm rolling. I don't want to be
fine.
like,
It's fine.
I elect Varys.
We're starting at a D20.
We're starting at a d20, because last time I lost count of where we were.
Get her
It
done.
was probably like a d8.
I think we had a major encounter the last time we.
Adam
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
was a
Bad news, everyone. I rolled a 16.
Oh, no major encounter. There is an encounter, however. I'm gonna roll a dice too, just to determine how long it took you to get there. Ooh, 2 hours in. You find the trench. Well, not quite. But the first 2 hours. Sorry, the first 8 hours is getting to the trench. And then 2 hours into your initial journey after leaving the lumber mill is when this encounter happens. So you're not even at the trench yet, as you are venturing northwards. In any case, once you are in the area, there is a path that you could have been following that is hard-packed soil. Would you have been going on that, or off the beaten road?
I think off the beaten road, so we don't.
Take it if I'm here, we don't have to worry about getting slowed down. So if we're trying to stay discreet.
Very good. As you are venturing in this area, you can't help but notice that around these parts, there are these weird symbols on the trees, drawn in with white chalk.
Are they like runes, or are they just
Ah, I'm glad you asked. Make an Arcana check,
okay?
guy.
Can I give him advantage? being
Can
from this
you
area?
do that?
get off my ass.
Shut up, Henry. God.
Shut up.
I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
Give me beige.
Okay. That was.
Come over here. Just shut up. Fuck.
I think that comes out to a 12 total.
Ooh, he didn't. He skipped nerd class.
Ooh.
Did.
Something
Upped it to
about
lick
this does not seem like it is a magical rune, but you can't read them regardless.
Ooh.
But it doesn't seem like a magical rune.
Shoot here.
That
I mean,
is
he
not what they say.
That was it. The advantage is him assisting me, so Kalos doesn't recognize them either. So.
Oh, wah.
Hmm.
No.
You scratch your chins, and unfortunately, you're not able to get a discernible. What the heck are these things?
I'm gonna chalk it up to maybe these are just the way the trees look.
And then we move on.
I've never been here before.
After that 2-hour mark, you continue along this path, occasionally seeing those same chalk drawings, and unfortunately, none of them are suddenly written in common to some extent.
You
Are the
missed
runes
the
are the
last
chalk
ones.
drawings maybe magical? Or can we do a quick tech magic someone to just make sure we're not walking past someone's alarm or
It's been doing that every tree for the last.
Sure. I'll cast detect magic,
Wow.
and I'll also roll
And-
for any fancy dancy things. The good thing now is that I'm at 6 and I'm at overcapped by 1, so
He's gonna blow up
I'm
right
good.
now.
He could.
roll a 9.
And another thing,
What's a 200? So 20 and a 0.
20.
20.
No, it's a 200.
I don't know how D100.
Hold on, wait. Which one is the one with the 2-digit numbers? Because that's the tens place.
The 2-0.
2 zeros and then a 2 on the other one?
No, and then a 0 at the other one.
That's 100 then.
No. So it's 2 and 0 on the D100.
20.
Oh, 20. Okay, 20
20.
something then. Okay, never mind.
20. And then there's a
Oh, I
and
thought you
then
meant.
the
I
ones
thought you meant
place-
2 zeros, as in the double O.
No.
Okay.
And then on the ones place is just whatchamacallit?
A 0.
A 0.
Great.
So yeah, it's
fulfillment,
20
like-
exactly then. Yeah. So then you don't blow up
Oh, yay.
unless you wanted to. But there ain't no magic on these trees.
The
They
last
are-
10 minutes anyway, so I'll just be...
Yeah. None of them
Ooh.
appear to be magical. In any case, once you are past this area, eventually, 8 hours later, the sun has sunken beneath the horizon, and you have found your way to the first portion of the ditch. Now, the sun has already set, and it is dark out. Now, while you do have the cover of night, and thanks to the discrepancy in time, you could travel and make it to the city within the next 4 to 5 hours under the cover of darkness. Or you could rest.
So I
Beep,
guess
beep.
that's. Do we want to be popping out of the sewers
During the
in-
day.
at night and have nowhere to go, or in the
Yeah, at
middle of
night.
the day and be in front of a bunch of people? So we like. It's kind of a pro con thing. No matter which we choose, it's just a matter of which cons do we want to live with.
I'm going to go eat food, gentlemen. I must eat. My dinner's ready.
I personally would like to go with popping out at night.
Night.
At night.
But then where do we?
Not
Not saying no. I'm just saying like, what's the short-term plan after that? Is like where are we taking cover? Where are we resting?
Would I know any spots? This is my area. Is there a tavern or anything such that where we can rest upon our heads on a not a fancy bed, of course, but you know, a corner?
It would be closer to the actual city itself. You are about 3 to 4 hours away. They have the fucking thing next door. Do they have the inflatable pool? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't know if you can hear that. But it's would you want to build a tavern next to the poop trench is what I'm at.
Oh, like no. Once we're in the blue collar.
Oh yeah.
Is there a place that I'd know of like, ooh, we can go here to rest our heads type of thing?
There are. They're not the most comfortable living digs, and they might even give you a couple of bad looks because of how you're dressed. So just keep that in mind. But there is a tavern relatively
Actually,
close
that's another
by.
follow-up question. Are we wearing the fancy digs now, or are we saving? Because I
No,
we didn't put them on till.
No, we're not. I don't think we should put them on now. But
Well,
either way,
not
we're
even just the fancy digs, all of your
Yeah.
equipment.
yeah. Either way, we're fucking covered in armor and shit. So I don't know if you. And then Laszlo, Laszlo. So either way, we're gonna look weird, and we're probably gonna pay. Or we're gonna have. Well, the good thing is that you and Laz only sleep for 4 hours, so we'll take turns making sure that no one's gonna come and stab us. We'll have to do an actual watch.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I know a place. We're good once we get up there.
All right. Follow your lead.
Follow my lead, and we become super damper, super fancy stealth skills. And would you just?
Well, Pass That Trace only lasts for an hour, so I don't know if we want to save it for when we're about to
Yeah, we'll do.
surface.
Yeah, we'll do that. You
I mean, we
are
can still be quiet if we want to.
correcto mundo.
Well, as you approach the nearest entryway to the trench, it has some mild scaffolding so that it doesn't collapse inwards as a result of soil erosion, but either way, it's not completely a nice concrete sewer tube or anything, and some parts it kind of just spills out and pools in areas and continues along at others. If you want to, you can just jump in. You can also just follow along it if you're not fucking retarded.
That was
Jump
weird.
around.
Yes. Don't, Henry, don't do it. Don't do it.
That was comedic timing, is all I gotta say. So, are you going to be in the trench or just follow along it?
We'll follow
We will
along.
follow along it until we have to.
Very well. The area around here has been somewhat alleviated of foliage so that the trench can be dug out. As you get along here, the scent of it is getting worse and worse the closer you are to civilization. In some locations, it's enough that you might even want to cover your nose. As you travel along, there are more signs of life in the form of small checkpoints, which could be maintenance cottages. They're not big enough to be anyone's house unless you feel like living inside of a building the size of an outhouse, but whatever's in there could be tools for like digging out trenches, so like shovels and things to break up rocks if need be, and a couple of signposts, some of them even reading as "This way to Hecafates." Some barriers erected around the trench so that at the deeper parts you can't just tumble in unless you really want to, and others where it is shallow enough that is not necessary. But in either case, you'll be following this for at least 3 to 4 hours before you get to any kind of, not town proper, but the outskirts, to say the least, of where you would find peasant farmers and blue-collar workers, laborers, and the other sorts. You might find people like blacksmiths and masons closer to the actual city itself, within some sort of wall. But the districts that the city is broken up into, you will not be in there immediately. So, mostly farmers and the like. Sometime later, you get to see across the distance a source of artificial lighting. Perhaps the glow of candlelight or a hearth through some very clear-looking windows. You have apparently come across a small town, or not even a town, just like a little gaggle of about 3 to 4 houses of people who live out here. They could be laborers, but in this case they also have a roadside tavern. The signpost outside reads as the Mixed Skunk Inn. Or an inn rather than a tavern, I should say. But at this time, While the lights are on, that might just be them keeping the hearth warm to heat the interior of the inn, but there's not too much activity. Just take in mind it is like at this time, like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, so there could be still people up and drinking, but you know, they wouldn't be too ruckus, and it is relatively speaking quiet. Do you approach?
Is this your
So-
spot?
Is this the spot? This isn't the spot, right? It would be inside of Hecafate, so.
There
Not this
are
one.
these roadside ones you could venture into if you wanted to stay the night here, but if you wanted to keep going and get closer into the actual city proper, you would need to keep going.
Keep going.
If that's the case, then you pass by the Skunk Inn. There you can see that the naming of the convention is because of its relative close proximity to the trench. While not able to be within a stone's toss distance, because that just seems incredibly unsanitary, it is in close enough proximity that it is a notable feature in the local area. Still maintaining distance away from the tavern and the paved road, you venture through the woods with Varys as your lead. Eventually, the paved road, hard-packed soil road makes way for actual paved cobble. In some locations, there are even guideposts that denote where the road begins and where the edges are. You even run across open farmland, large swathes and acres of exposed area where you can see that they are growing, at this time, many grain products such as wheat and corn. Of course, no one is up at this time of night. However, farmers get up very early. You surmise that sometime in the next 2 hours-ish, you could reasonably see someone coming out of their domicile to do the hard labor required to be a farmhand. And then you can also just run into the ditch before sunrise, which is still in view, but I would approximate that the farmlands are about 1.5 to 1/4 mile away from the paved road, and then even more beyond that if you want to get to the poop trench. So these are all within a general vicinity of one another, not exactly a long jaunt in terms of a distance between these things, but they are all major geographic features in the area that you come across as you're traveling northwards. And at some point you surmise that sunrise is going to be in about just over 2 hours. You're getting a little bit weary as time goes on, as you have traveled beyond your normal allotted time, so because we have been pushing a bit, I'm just going to have everyone roll a Constitution saving throw.
Did we kill the wages? Hi, Jason back.
No wages have been killed,
No way,
Okay.
shit.
but you're just in time.
What's Nautilus is +4?
I think it's
Is his
Yeah.
or
big bonus. Whatever it is. Cracking open soda.
It's me doing it. I'm Gronk.
What's
Yes,
that?
plus. No, wait, +5 now.
that's right, you have some.
Jesus, 29 for Kalos.
31.
Krios.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
exhaustion? This is for exhaustion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Krios doesn't have to roll.
17 plus the 5, so
Being exhausted.
2 for
I'm so well constituted.
The well-constituted
Yeah.
lad.
Staying up past your bedtime, you're such a big boy.
Is that how I was going to speak to Gronk?
I feel like I already kind of do that, but not in that tone.
Tired man.
Ooh, you cranky wanky.
Yes. He does get cranky.
He
Um,
does get canky wanky.
but
him
you
with
guys
daily
aren't
beer.
suffering from any of the crazy adverse side effects of going beyond that 8 hours.
Losing your marbles.
Yeah. Shit, sorry. I was about to sneeze and I was going to talk at the same time. And it didn't come.
Whoa.
Came out as a goo goo gaga sort of.
But as soon as you guys are able to, you are within less than 2 hours of the city. Now you can, of course, maintain a number of ways of keeping your line of sight broken. You may choose to jump into the ditch now.
How wide and deep is this ditch?
It gets pretty wide when the closer you are to the city, as more people have been able to work on it to maintain its relative size, as to not allow it to overflow during heavy rainfall. So reasonably speaking, you could fit like 2 pack horses in here. And you have a little bit of time before sunrise. So if you want to apply all of your magic stuff now, I suppose it would be an appropriate time. Or not. It's up to you.
Sneaking? Is that what we're hearing? Is that what we're hearing? We don't want to wait till we're recouped. We want to just charge on in.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Very well.
I will cast the passage without trace then.
Whoa. Well,
And then-
I'm assuming that means we're all going to activate stealth. Please, and thank you, roll the dice, unless you want to not stealth.
What is it, advantage?
Plus
No,
10.
it's
Straight
plus
plus
10,
10.
right? I'll give Dottie a +5 though. Because
Might need it.
I think so. Just a little bit.
A little loud.
Oh, that's not bad.
I don't think it's gonna help.
Oh Jesus! Fucking
Are we gonna?
Christ.
I'm gonna say
How
a
is a
word.
pass 15 not going to help?
15.
Well, yeah, it's got to be something with
6 total.
Plus 15. Yours is 6 total. What do you
Oh,
have?
wait,
A
plus
negative
15.
10?
Hold on, plus 15. Plus 5 from Kalos.
No, it's a plus 15 overall.
Okay.
From
10
Pass
from
Rally
us.
Trace is 10, 5 from Kalos' thing.
Alright, so 16 total.
Alright, well, could be worse.
16 total.
Nope.
Yeah.
Hey man,
You
he's...
rolled a 1.
I rolled a 5. I have -4.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, that's right. He's got.
incredible, incredible abilities.
I got a 20. What's 6 plus 16 plus 8?
24.
24 of 34. Krios got a. Ooh, natural 20 plus 10 plus 1, 31.
Did anyone else not say their number?
What am I? Is it advantage or just the plus bonus?
Plus 10. You get a straight
Plus
plus 10 to your regular stealth bonus.
Plus the
Um,
poop sinks
Plus
away
the
again.
poop.
The poop does not enhance your stealth.
I'm gonna add my D6.
Actually, let me
to
check
this.
because I have the cow. Actually, might have advantage on this since it is technically. Negative.
Because his poop...
Let me see if I can roll higher than I already did. Hold up.
It is very not well lit, so if you have anything for that, and then...
You should have just said that. No, just fine.
Well pooped.
I did roll higher.
But did you deserve it?
Probably not. But you know what? A lot of
I
people
got-
get things they don't deserve in this life, so I'm gonna take what I can get instead.
21 for me. Total.
Mm-hmm.
37 total.
Very good. So as you all hop into the trench, it is, thankfully, not as deep as you might have thought it would be. For some of you, it is only coming up to the lower part of your kneecap. If Zen was here, he'd probably be up to, like, where it's touching the bottom of his belly. Awful. Awful.
We're here.
He'd be dead. He'd be on my back probably.
He'd be doing that thing with his mouth just to keep the shit from getting.
Oh god.
But in either case, as you are down here, you'll have to suck it up if you want to maintain this level of stealth. There's going to be more problems once you get out of it, and you probably have to clean it up, but that'll be easy enough with Kalos' capabilities. We take in mind that you'll be traveling in here for about another 1 to 2 hours, so prepare, if you need to, a second casting of Pass Without a Trace when the time comes, but we'll be venturing forward. Okay, let me just check the time. We are going to be approaching the 3-hour mark on the stream, so I think we should take a break before we get into the city. But let me just see if anything happens before you actually get to the walls themselves. Rolling dice in my cup. Here we go. Ooh. That could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. As you are approaching, you can hear the sounds of what is apparently shovels hitting muddy water. Perhaps someone is expanding the radius of the trench, and they are coming up in the direction, well, it's a relatively one-way street here, so they are going to be in your way, and it would be inevitable that they would see you if they're also in the trench too, as your line of sight is only being broken by the fact that you're in the trench, so someone in the trench...
Digging poop at this hour. My
Well,
immediate thought.
Well, it happens within the first hour, so it's approximately at 4 o'clock in the morning, so if they got
Even
laborers...
more.
If they got laborers down
They
here,
got
they
Gronk
are...
down there.
Yeah, they got Gronk down there. But you can hear the sounds of it. It sounds... actually, let me get a perception check from one person.
Oh,
Ear boy. Go on.
Ear
do it.
boy? Do you not have ears?
Ear and hand man.
Wow.
As you-
Guy on YouTube.
Guy on YouTube.
oh, that's pretty good. That's a 26.
He
total.
knew it was him. He knew it was
It
him.
sounds like there are 3 people, judging by the sound pattern and how quickly someone could shovel.
One yawned and heard
I
a
hold
can
up
pop.
3 fingers and point to the noise, which is weird because we're psychic and we could just talk to each other in our heads and. Not
Yeah,
make...
but it's tactical.
Oh, someone could read our minds. You never know.
Okay.
Do you think the poop shovelers are reading your mind?
They could.
But it does sound like there's at least 3 people. You can also hear the murmurs of their grunts of labor and occasional talking to one another. Sounds like it could be all men. But they are currently not within line of sight. There's a small bend in the trench that breaks line of sight just for a little bit if you're far away enough. And probably I'll put their relative distance at somewhere around 150 feet away from you as you approach, coming in from the south. What would you like to do?
We would like skirt around them, like go out and then back in.
Is that feasible with the way this place is structured?
The trench itself, your current iteration, is wide enough that one full-sized wagon could pass through here, and the height from the bottom of the trench to the top lip is approximately 30 feet. You could clamber out, and there is a bit of scaffolding along the sides that prevent certain portions of the walls from caving in the same way you might have a mine shaft. Now you could crawl out, move along, or crawl back in, but you will be giving up your line of sight breaker by coming out of the trench.
You have thoughts?
No, I don't have anything that would be like that would help us in the situation. To be honest.
Are
with you.
these? Can we try and get eyes on them, and then we could just like
Oh shit! Can I be like, oh shit? Look, it's Mark. I know that guy.
my fellow poop shoveler. I was just saying we could probably. I messaged Dauntless. You could probably sleep them high level, right? They're just peasants.
Oh shit! That's
Weak-minded, you know. Oh, it's 4 in the morning as well. They're probably yawning,
They're all grouped together.
and then they could all you know, choke in the poopy.
All right, we just gotta make sure that if they do go down, they don't drown in the.
I mean, that might raise more questions. Is there a way that we could navigate around this location and then re-enter a
Well,
different?
I could sleep them. I'm just saying we gotta run up and.
I don't know.
Well, Adam
that's
said
more.
we can. We have to basically climb out of the thing where we're like again our line of sight breaker. Get I don't know if there's a chance to get spotted.
Just make sure we don't fall, because then we're just gonna be like, gonna make a huge. noise.
I mean, it's 30 feet, so we could like misty step out of this thing if we really wanted to like
I
not.
think he.
not
I
chance
can
that.
fly. I can pick up.
It's got
Kratos and
that's
fly.
got components and verbal stuff, right?
It's also
Who,
true.
my fly?
Yeah. Or is
No.
it not?
Wow, mine's just boots
Okay.
put together.
Well, I'd see someone flying out of a poop trench might be a little bit suspicious.
How far apart are they, Dio?
Far apart is what?
The three men that are shoveling poopy.
You can't see them, you just hear them.
Oh, we just hear
I
them.
hear the poop.
You hear the
See
shoveling
poop.
sound and the occasional grunt of effort.
Poop.
All right, how dim is it where we are in the thing?
It's 4 a.m. I think.
4 a.m. and approximately 1.5 to 2 hours before sunrise.
All right, I could lure them over with thaumaturgy, and then we could just sleep them.
Do it.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Godless,
Okay.
what sound are you
We
going to
wanted-
make from the thaumaturgy?
I'm gonna do booming voice.
Ooh. Are you going to say anything in particular, or just go, like,
Okay. Create instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice within range. So I'd like
Or-
to use thaumaturgy twice.
Or maybe make an animal noise, like something large.
Ooh, I'm pooping. That as
Well,
well.
we could try to scare them off with like a tiger or something.
Yes, tigers. Hecaface is well known
Poop
for
tiger.
tigers.
I know.
What,
we were just to
um,
Monkey Ridge dinosaur noise.
Yeah, could be anything.
Guys, they heard about Monkey Ridge. Everyone knows about it now.
Everyone
We're
We're
knows.
so famous, we can't make it. We have to turn back. This mission's a bust.
The rat knows us. The poop guys know us.
Yeah, I could create thunder noises in the air and just make them like, oh, it's gonna rain.
Not a bad idea.
If they're shoveling
That's also
poop,
an option.
All right, I'm gonna use thaumaturgy and start making thunder noises 30 feet up.
Alright. With a booming sound, you emulate the sound of thunder. You suddenly hear some of the, or rather lack thereof, the stopping of the shovels, as you can hear it go from manual labor to that thing where you just look up at the sky and just to try and eyeball whether or not there's going to be any kind of thunderstorm or not. While they are distracted, it's not necessarily knowing if they're going to start coming towards you or leaving the ditch. You could wait for a moment, or you could press on forward. What would you do?
I'm gonna wait for a moment and then in another 5 seconds do the thunder again.
Ooh, clever. You do another booming thunder sound, very quickly, 5 seconds after the other, denoting a relative closeness in terms of weather patterns. I'm just gonna roll to see how stupid they are.
Can I give them a -5?
No, you can't see them.
is that a thing you can do?
You just radiate
No.
stupidity.
An
That'd be
orb
insane.
of stupidity.
Oh.
You can hear the fall of boots hitting the sloshy soil. It sounds like at least 3 pairs of boots hitting the floor, and it appears that they are walking northwards. Until eventually you hear the sounds of it going from sloshy, muddy footfalls to walking on a wooden porch stairs, as if they are exiting via a predetermined stairwell made of wood.
Alright, I start motioning for the guys to like start moving. Slowly though.
I sprint.
You did cast a spell, so I am going to ask that you re-up your stealth check, specifically just Odless,
Sure. Do I still have my +5 and +10 to that? Or
assuming
Maybe
Varus
+10.
is
Not
within
+5.
range.
it's even lower.
Whoa.
8.
Well, while the rest of you are still maintaining your vigil and stealthiness to the best of your ability, casting booming sounds is going to fuck with your stealth overall, naturally. But as you round the bend, you can see that the workers have vacated the area. They have not left their shovels, and you can see the installed stairwell built into the side of the trench that leads upwards. The banister is reinforced on the sides so as not to fall inwards, and at the top of this flight of stairs you can see that there is some sort of wooden building attached to the stairs. this is not a tavern of any kind, maybe perhaps some sort of worker station, rest stop, or storage facility. If you want to venture to see what's in there, you may, or you may continue along the trench now that you vacated it of the workers.
I defer to the expert.
Uh,
Which way is your?
which way is my place of resting?
This is definitely not the tavern. This is just another outpost.
Guys, we're right here.
We could. Would I know the direction of where to go from here, though?
The trench.
Oh, we're still in the trench. I'm sorry, I fucking blacked out. I'm doing something for my mom real quick. Could you just repeat what you just said before I black the fuck out?
Well, stop day drinking.
Sorry.
You're still in the trench, and you have about another hour until you get to the city exterior walls.
Okay, so
And-
yeah, we just
yeah.
keep going until we get to a place where I know how to get out, or I realize, oh hey, we can just get out right here and we'll be right there.
Very well. You maintain your destination inside the trench. It is getting relatively wide around here. As the closer you are to the city, the more need for the exterior walls to be wide to accommodate increased water flow. In any case, once you are within a generous distance, the city walls do come into line of sight approximately 45 minutes later. You can also hear the sounds of the people getting up in the morning to get about their chores. Particularly of the blue-collar type workers, obviously, and the sounds of farm animals being roused from sleep. And you surmise that around this part there will be more flights of stairs if you want to get out of this trench, and you'll be just on the exterior walls of the city. There will be farmhouses and the like that could be used to break line of sight from people on the wall, potentially. But this is the closest you'll get without being in the actual city itself.
Is there?
I mean,
So
it
there-
is basically daylight. So if we're getting to the point where it's going to be
Yes,
basically
sound.
daylight when we get out of here. Either way, do we want to find a spot to?
Rest up.
Yeah, do we want to find a spot to rest up and then try to resume?
Yeah, because it'll be what? It'll be like 2 o'clock, so we could be like, we came in and then came out, and now we're in. Makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Very well. You exit the trench. The stairs leading upwards. There are a couple of people who are getting up for their morning jobs, equipped with shovels and galoshes as to not get trench foot while you're in there. You guys probably should have done the same, but you have magic, so I suppose you can kind of eliminate that factor for now.
What did you say? Galoshes?
Galoshes?
Galosh.
It's rubber boots.
I'll as we are getting out, though, I do prestidigitation everyone and make sure to get Zed's glorious beard.
I give a whiff just to make sure that I smell normal.
Relatively speaking, it's as neutral as possible, minus the poop.
Why would there be poop?
We were in a poop trench.
Why?
The leaves
we're-
crawled through 3 miles of human waste that day.
3 miles would be appropriate because you
Ridge.
actually will be because you were in there for 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, and every hour of base level movement speed is 24 miles in 8 hours. So it's divided by it's 3 mile. It's 6 miles of trench. So that's a lot.
You would have been long strided as well, so it's slightly quicker.
But as you venture out, you can see the laborers going down, some of them equipped with what I just mentioned, buckets, shovels, rubber boots, and they can't help but notice you as you clamber on out. And they give you a couple of wayward looks. Some of them are too busy trying to get to work to really question you, and in either case, once you get out of the trench, you are now in peasant land, is the best I can really call it. Large amounts of low-quality housing, open fields for farming, and cobblestone paved roads that have some guard activity. And the city's walls are within line of sight.
From here, I can direct us to the not so nice tavern that I know of.
You could. It'll only take about 3 minutes to walk there.
Alright, guys, follow me.
As you traverse through here, as much as you want to maintain a low profile, some things are harder to do than others. For example, the fact that Laszlo is a giant spider creature is already enough to draw the attention.
I will not be. I will be detached from the group. I will be a bit further. Or am I sticking with Dauntless? Is what's the?
You clambering into his box is what you're
No,
at.
no.
You just
Yeah.
pile just.
We're all just her bodyguard.
Get in the mech, Shinji.
He
I
just
think you
rattles the
just-
box a little
The
bit.
spider box
Mhm.
Get in.
that's big enough for 200
Woo!
spiders.
200 limit. That's you. Oh yeah, I'm just me.
You're just you with us.
Import board. They could have named it something else.
The pores.
That's
That's what it says.
The pores area.
Let me see this map. Woohoo, pretty nice.
Adam made this, by the way.
Yeah, the 500 plus hours, large custom is totally me. I spent 500 hours on this. Hold on, what's my total Tailspire count? 923, and 500 of it was this map. Totally. Yeah, it wasn't me, guys. It was, what's this guy's username? DePolo. Thanks.
Thanks to Polo.
But you get out of the trenches, and Kalos leads you to a tavern. This one has a bit of a better name than the other one, but it's known as... Hold on, what was the...
Henry,
Hold on.
come up with
Hold
a name.
Hold on, no, wait, what's the tavern from last campaign? Hold on.
The Adam.
Oh, the
s-
sticky mug?
The sticky mug? I think it was sticky mug.
Yeah, I think it was the sticky mug.
Yeah.
Like Sticky Mug was something this campaign though.
I'm trying to find it, hold on.
I remember the sticky mug.
So then
I
it
remember
was
reading that
this
name.
campaign, right?
Yes, this is
Yeah.
Sticky Mug. The
Sticky
cavern
Mug was in
Solholm.
Rutosh. Yeah.
Was it Leaky Tap, or was that camp? That's
oh,
Crook Roll, I
wait,
think.
hold on. Hold
Yes,
on.
Crook Roll.
I have notes from Frederick. Give me 1 second.
Whoa.
Worldly goods, natural, Titan Forge, Fortune Sons Bank, Jeweler, Spells and Parchment, Mel's the Secretary, Grey Rock Camp, Hamish Stark. Why don't I have to? Huh? I
Next to-
don't.
Next to bars and taverns, it just says yes.
Well, it's a different campaign, so you could name it something new.
Yeah, the name could have changed.
Well.
Nah, it's read by a monkey.
No, it's not. Dr. Bananas. The real Dr. Bananas that he's been impersonating. Dr. Barkeep Bananas.
Oh, I like this one. I used a generator. The
Oh.
Juicy Gorilla.
Yeah!
Yes.
Done.
Huh.
I know the perfect spot, Callus is.
Oh,
The juicy-
Tinker Tap. That's what
Tinker
it was
Tap,
called.
that was.
Tinker Tap. That it
Tinker
is.
Tap.
Well,
Well, the
Gorilla,
owner was
whatever.
Ophelia, a gnome female. Stackles was a humanoid. Yulia and Yerk. Lily and Yerk.
Ooh, Adams used the character name. Ooh.
Well, it's the juicy gorilla now, okay?
Yeah.
Honestly, that's appropriate.
Please.
We have enough.
Please be a gorilla running it.
Monkey.
Please.
Monkey meets monkey.
He's not here. He
He's
can't.
not
Oh,
here,
he's
though.
not?
No.
No,
He's in
he's
chat
at
screaming right
work.
now. He's like,
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, he said he was working today.
hmm But as you venture to the juicy gorilla, that's a horrible vision in my head.
You see.
In either case, they are open for business, and while people aren't usually drinking at this time, doesn't stop you if you want to. But if you want to rent out a room here, it ain't free.
I go up to the bartender.
to the gorilla.
It is unfortunately not a gorilla. It is a half orc.
God, Adam,
You had one job,
you
Adam,
had
as a
one
DM.
job.
I can't make all NPCs funny
Why
monkey,
not?
okay? Because there needs to be some semblance of not
It's in
monkey.
the inside, isn't it? That's where the real gorilla is, inside the inside the city.
Gorilla inside.
Yeah, it's you can take the man out of the gorilla, but you can't take the gorilla out
You
of
can
the
take the
man.
ridge out of the monkey.
Do I? I don't know this guy. Do I?
Not
I've been-
particularly fondly, no.
No. All right.
But the half-orc proprietor of the establishment is currently setting up stock, allowing people to peruse his fine collection of alcoholic beverages. The kitchen is currently open, and you can hear the ruckus of many activities being performed to get things ready for the more high traffic times of the day. Of course, normally people would be served breakfast around this time, so you're catching them in the morning shift.
Okay. Go
The,
up to
the proprietor goes by the name of Dor, not spelled D-O-O-R-D-H-O-R.
God, I get to create another Heck of Fates tab on my thing. Holy shit.
Is currently serving some of his patrons their breakfasts. No particular fanciful local specialties of a Michelin star restaurant, because tires don't exist, so you can't have the Michelin man to do that.
What if they
Just
just
got
made
wheels.
wheels?
Yeah, like wagon wheels.
Well, I guess it would be a different kind of star, but in either case, it's not a fluffy white creature made of... What is a Michelin man even made out of? He's
He's
tires?
rubber. He's tire.
Rubber.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, no rubber man to...
Service.
This guy doesn't even
Sure.
get the lore. What the hell? The nicest of gorilla barkeep.
But in either case, as soon as you approach, he gives you a very wary look. A new face in this tavern, perhaps? A potential customer, but also decked out in incredibly lavish magical equipment. Giving one raised eyebrow on your approach, puts a single hand on his hip, and the other one is currently holding a very damp-looking towel that he just used to bus some of the tables.
Morning.
Good morning.
We're looking. Do you have any rooms available?
Suppose I do if you have coin.
How much is for a night? Or for a day, I should say.
You're trying to get a full day, it's gonna cost you 5 gold pieces per person. You look like you can afford it.
I look at him. Does that sound right? 5 gold.
5 gold, make a history check. Alternatively, insight.
Ooh, I think.
Ooh, ah.
I think I had.
Gorilla is
choices on
here!
that.
He's possessed you.
No, I don't. All right, history check. That's gonna be 15 total.
Usually it's around 4 to 5, so he's not giving you a huge markup, but he is giving you the top price.
And then we're what, 7?
6 counting Krios.
6.
I mean, right? Because no zip. It's
Yeah, but let's just count him in because he'd probably be here.
okay.
So that's 35. All right. Slap down. I put my hand in my pocket, trying to take out 35. Privacy is discretion is something that we require though. And I drop down instead of 35, 50. You don't bother us throughout the day.
He gives you a little look as he sees the extra money on the table that you're presenting him. Make an insight check.
What's that, wisdom?
Usually,
+0.
I'm kinda
Oh,
like
15.
the movie The Love Guru.
What the fuck? I did not expect you to reference that movie.
Considering your attire and you throwing extra money in his face for discrepancy and discretion, he's giving you a look in the same way someone would during a drug deal of, you a fed?
I just stare him down and say, and don't say anything.
That's what a Fed would do. No.
My fellow
Oh,
poors.
my patrons.
I ping Kalos in the Discord. Maybe it'd be a little dated, but do you have like a resistance?
A resistance badge?
Not a badge, but like a code word
resistance
like the
code
Ivory
phase?
Crown does.
I don't think so, right, Dia? We didn't have like
Resisto now.
Resisto Perversio. I don't know.
No, there's no Harry Potter secret words for resistance.
Nibble.
Generally speaking, it is,
I hate the Empire.
it's easy to look at a person and be like, yup, they're on our side kind of thing. It's like looking at a fucking stormtrooper versus a
Ewok.
Ewok, yeah.
I don't know what they're about. Ewoks.
If you don't mind, can I just have a shot of whiskey as well, please?
Ooh.
It's a bit early for drinking, but sure, why not?
Been up for a couple of hours now, so
And the rest of your comrades here?
they're just going up to the room. You just point us in the right direction and give us the key if you don't mind.
Certainly. He turns around and goes over to a nearby board that has a ring of, not a ring, but like a board covered in nails. Each nail has a key on it. Plucks a couple off the board, a totaling of 3. Hands them indiscriminately to any person who is willing to take them, and pours a shot of whiskey into a shot glass. It is made of some sort of carved wood, but has some sort of hydrophobic qualities to it, as to not just have the alcohol seep into the cup
You
itself.
must eat and chew this wood.
How much is it? How much do I owe you?
2.
Take the shot. I remember the whiskey here being a lot better as I plop down 2 gold. You just point us in the right direction? Can't. I remember where the rooms would be, right?
Yeah, the keys have a little symbol on the back end of them that denotes a letter. The rooms total are A through H, and you have B, C, and D on your keys. So, you guys can split up. You can all cram into one room if you're really, really adamant about not splitting the party. Or you can have a bit of privacy between each other. But in either case, 3 rooms available. Each one has 2 queen-sized beds. Pretty big. And 2 of them have a window outlooking into the streets below. What is your arrangement? Are you going to be resting for the early morning?
Do you guys wanna each room have the one of the 4-hour boys.
Yeah, and then the
And-
third has Krios, who doesn't sleep at all.
Krios. Oh right, yeah, and then Krios will. I guess I'll stay by myself.
Breaking up into our different sleeping quarters, you guys are going to be taking a long rest, yes?
Hell yeah.
So, since the time is approximately 8:30 to 9 o'clock, around this time, a time jump, that'll be, what, 3, 5, yeah, it'll be like 5 o'clock. Just before 5 o'clock, actually. Yeah, like 4:30, 5 o'clock, by the time you're done. So it won't be the early morning anymore. This is, of course, also assuming 8 hours for the non-4-hour squad. And I guess we can also take our recess here before we get into the city proper. So, time now is 1:42 p.m. in America time. Let's say 1:55.
Okay. Also, I do have to dip out by probably 3:45, somewhere around there. I gotta go celebrate Father's Day.
You have a father?
Oh, I know my actual father. Hang out with him.
AI
You-
isn't good enough where you could totally make one up yet. So.
I have one.
You do? Yeah.
You can. I post up my sexy pics on there. Elfman961.
I'm gonna hold on. I would need to install the app to even look for
Oh,
it.
but it would be. But in his case, it would be Elfman169.
69 Elfman.
I got outed. Damn it! Why would you say this to me? Why would you put me on blast?
You'll never become president now.
There's no rule against it. Having an
I'm just
OnlyFans
saying,
is
there's a
not-
good chance that in the future we might have a president who did or
No.
does not have an
I'm
OnlyFans.
just saying,
Dude,
you know,
hit
the
the
if
stanky
the
leg.
Constitution as is law, then there's no law in the
Against
Constitution that says,
OnlyFans.
yeah, there's nothing that says you can't have an OnlyFans and be president. There's nothing.
I think we could do an update for some of these laws.
Yeah, age cut off for a start.
Please.
You gotta be 70 and up. and that's it.
Cognitive function tests are
Yeah.
mandatory.
And you can't say, "Oh, I'm focused," and then
But
dribble.
you might
like,
ask, what are the cognitive testing for? It's no, you have to get below a certain mark.
I'm gonna watch the "Are You Focused" clip. How's your mental focus, Joe? Always focused.
Let's have Joe Rogan do it, and his main requirement is that everyone has to do DMT thrice before they become president. All right, let's get the show on the road, then, lads.
I say it's. Look, folks.
All right,
Jeez.
so just as a quick reminder for those of you who do or do not know, that's a big fucking owl. Holy shit, why is it so big?
Dang, he's sharp as a bowling ball, as they say.
Did you know that if you took the Earth's surface and shrank it down to the size of a ball, it would be smoother than a billiard ball?
My balls. I mean,
Even
one
the,
ball.
the
Have you
Mario...
ever seen like image
you
of like
see-
what glass looks like when you get it onto like the
I was
micro
gonna say, have you ever
level?
seen Henry's balls
I
and
actually
Earth in the same
don't think I
place?
have.
I don't think not.
Glass, once you get like to that microscopic level, is
That Microsoft level, yeah.
it's basically like you know, it's like
it's my balls.
Hold on. What?
ragged, and it's like fucking
Ragged?
like a jagged
Glass
mountain range.
Dragon
under
mess, yeah.
microscope.
S
Oh.
under microscope. You typed it wrong.
Oh, it is pretty rigid and bumpy.
Just like my balls. Yeah, exactly. It's my balls.
Honestly, if it was completely baby smooth down there, Henry, I don't know if your scrotum's supposed to look like that.
You shouldn't say baby.
My
like-
Baby scrotum.
baby batter make.
Yeah, you are baby scrotum.
Battery.
Ew,
God,
it's tiny.
you're gross.
All right, well,
You're
rather
sick.
than talking about proto adults,
Oh,
we've-
not that
as-
fucking
that was
phrase.
crazy.
Oh.
So,
nothing.
anyway, I was
Right,
saying,
right.
the city of Hecafates is built in a series of tiers, kind of like a
OnlyFans,
no, not
Like,
like an OnlyFans.
theoretically.
It is not quite a perfect circle, and a raised elevation platform is where you can find the upper district. So it is somewhat built into the side of Borka Ridge, not a decent majority of it. I would say that if you took like a donut shape and then you moved the center of the donut hole slightly to the west and then raised it, that would be the donut hole is where the upper district would be. And then lower in elevation and social status, a larger ring surrounding that, where you can find a majority of the population. And then beyond that ring is where you guys were just at, where you can find the farmland and some of the other blue-collar work that's done, such as the lumber yards, masonry, and trench shoveling, in the case of those 3 gentlemen that you scared away with thunder. So, you'll be entering, and it's much easier to get into the outer donut ring in terms of security, and not many people will question you, depending on how you present yourself. I just heard a kid got smacked in the face with a ball outside.
You're trying to not laugh. He's
How
laughing.
audible was that? What the fuck?
I heard...
Hey, son, you want to play a catch? That way we can
Father.
spend time together. I can show you how I really feel about you.
Fucking fastballs him.
Well, it sounded like those... Not the rubber balls, because they disallowed those rubber balls for dodgeball. I think...
Wait, they did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can't use those rubber ones anymore.
What do they
and,
do now?
and in
What
some
do you use,
places...
like beach
It's
balls?
like foam.
No, well, in some
No.
places you can't even play dodgeball, but in the cases where you can, it's those real... we've had the really soft foam ones that like fall apart after being thrown like twice.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Like,
We
Yeah.
had some autistic kid bite it because it's just like, no.
Honestly, it's kind of enticing to bite, you know.
Oh crap,
kidding.
Adam! Are
I'm
you
kidding.
coming out at something?
As autistic, no.
like tasty batteries.
Yeah. But you have to use those kinds where they're not as aerodynamic
Magnets.
and they have a lot of surface area. And they don't hurt as much, but that's what the kid outside just got hit with. Any case. Depending on how you guys dress and act is going to escalate any kind of interactions with the citizenry here. You are dressed in your adventuring gear, not necessarily your finer duds, but
And our fancier, I forgot to ask, can our fancier duds be put on top of our adventuring gear? Like,
it would, for if you were wearing light armor, mayhaps. Medium armor, it would look like you're wearing a suit that's like a size too small for you.
The muscle
And-
suits you got from
Yeah,
Party
and if
City.
you're wearing heavy armor, then no. It would look like trying to fit Marcus Phoenix into a
Ooh, reference.
toddler's
We know him.
into a toddler's onesie.
before we do leave the tavern, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna ask why we're coming through this. Why they don't have any type of acknowledgement that the prince is here? Do you guys want to go along with a story saying that we
Felt
came
like
up?
it.
We came up from the Peritol Forest, visiting an acquaintance.
And we're wearing Rutash fancy duds, so
That's
You
why
are.
My green screen's flowing.
the
You can
world
see-
isn't flat; it's round. So
What the
Says
hell?
you.
What the hell?
no, we
whoa,
could
whoa,
have.
whoa.
I don't believe in that
could've-
crap.
That's just what they want you to
It's a
think.
dome,
And-
Okay,
dude.
fucking globe head. Fucking down.
Oh, a lot of
No.
round talk here.
But we could have, we could have landed on a port near the Perodol Forest, and you had an acquaintance there that you wanted to visit, making us come up north. And that's why they don't have any type of records that you've been here.
You talking to me or the princess?
Talking to Princess. Well, I'm talking to everyone in general.
I mean, I was just gonna wing it and big dick it and just be like, I choose where I go.
Well,
Wing
no,
it
of
and
course.
big dick it.
No, of course, wing it. No, don't wing it, but big dick it. But if they ask too many questions, just give that as a response.
I want to look at your wares, fucker. No, maybe don't use that.
Don't
But am I
fucking
getting in the
question
box or am I staying not in the box?
Nah,
I mean,
stay
that's up
down
to
in the
you.
box. You're the
They
one.
may ask what's in the box, and then spitters.
and then they blow up.
My terrarium.
Didn't he literally say he was buying a box and just putting the word spiders on?
Why don't they just seize that item?
That's right. Don't become a swarm. Just you're another guard. We're all guards. To the princess. Yeah, just look. Adam agrees. He's bobbing up and down.
He's not on the bull. He's
I'm just,
standing.
I'm just squatting up and down really fast,
At pace.
Consecutive squats.
but I'm only moving like
You could have put Adam.
3
You'll
inches
pass
at a
out if
time.
you do that.
You don't know
That's
how
control.
fast I can squat.
So yay, nay, or just keep it in your back pocket just in case if you're big dick.
I hear there is a magic shop. I want to go in it.
Ran by a monkey. You gotta say ran by.
You got a monkey here? No,
All right, let's go, baby.
I'll definitely get us banned.
Or you're just gonna be a cavalcade of spiders who are just following behind us in just this inconspicuous single file line. of
I'm the
spiders.
spider in the room here, but I don't know what you guys vote. What do you want me to do? Like,
I vote for you to stay, as you are.
what about
Is that-
you?
What about you, Zen? What do you vote?
Can't you just go spider mode on us so you don't even see them?
Oh,
You
I
know
got
how-
this terrarium, and I shake the terrarium.
I'll get in the terrarium. They bought it, so
I mean, no, you don't. Again, I'm not like.
Yeah,
trying to
that's
force
it's
you
my
into the
defense
box.
mechanism. I have a wizard in here, and
Get in the box.
but then that
Shinji.
ruins any if I need to be a little spider. I'll just be a big spider. It's fine.
If anyone questions and wants to check the box, spiders. It says so on the box.
Say it's
I
your
don't know why I'm
pet.
laughing at that.
Pet spider.
That's fucking terrible.
You could use me as a mount.
Oh my god! Yeah.
That's kind of like hoity-toity. There you go. Do that.
I give it a shot.
Oh, you gotta go outside first. Is Door still the bartender?
Yeah.
I give him the. I'm a case.
So I've kind of got like my sort of dune attire, my fancy dune attire,
Mhm.
which checks out, but it like it covers my face. Is like got like a full covering. So I
Is
look
it
the part.
Hissam al-Salib? Is that what he?
Les Muad'Dib,
Ooh.
Shaihu Laz. There you go.
Well, you exit out into the city streets, where activity has gone throughout its business as you guys were resting, as now it's about 5 o'clock, or approaching 5 o'clock p.m. While not all stalls are closed, some of them are, such as the ones that sell fresh produce, and most people buy the goods as early as possible. Other ones that would be more akin of like a shop front would be still open for a few more hours. And generally speaking, you can go around the city with being as conspicuous as you like.
Does Daedalus get on Spider Lads? Ride him by the mount.
I look at Spider Lads.
Up on.
Do you consent?
Do you need like a saddle or something?
Hop on.
Probably not. Maybe, I don't know.
All right,
You won't ride very fast.
I get on.
Okay.
God, you're so heavy.
Oh yeah, I'll just
I mean, for reference, Dauntless weighs 230 pounds, and then is also wearing heavy plate armor.
I'm gonna kill
probably-
Laszlo. You're gonna kill him.
How much do you weigh?
230 pounds.
So you
Jesus
probably weigh
Christ.
a solid. You probably weigh right now a solid 250, 260 pounds.
And Laszlo has how much strength?
It's not the strength; it's the size.
Ah! Fuck! Ah!
Some nice Laszlo
Henry-
play.
I twisted my arm a certain way that I can't twist it just yet.
Don't get it twisted. Gamble.
Yeah, literally, don't get it twisted.
Ugh. Okay, I'm good. I'm not eating pistachios anymore. Let's head up to the
A pistachio did that. You got taken out by a pistachio.
right? Pistachio. nut. All right, guys. All right, it's this way. Follow me.
With one character being used as a mount and grunting with great effort underneath the weight of Dauntless, your effective speed is halved.
I am long stridering, so it's a little bit less bad.
So what's your speed right now then? Just regular 30 feet?
A long strider only is a flat bonus of plus
10 feet. For this painful jaunt, it is 20 feet. So, you know, it's a saunter.
Getting through the city streets, you draw the attention of many people, guardsmen, citizens, and the like. As your entourage of people in charge of guarding Princess Hualong, you don't know if people even know who the fuck that is. There's a good chance that, no, they don't, but in either case, as you move throughout the city, there are small gatherings of people following behind you. They appear to be child street urchins, the kind that would beg for money, pockets, or any combination of the two.
I do message everyone, keep your money purse close to you. You will get pickpocketed.
Well,
I messaged back. You sure I can't just like throw some coins?
No.
I'll probably
Please
raise.
don't do that. Please don't do that. What we're doing is going to be saving people, and what you're going to be doing is going to be making that worse. So let's not draw more attention that we're already trying.
patrolling through the city, you can see that the guards have, of course, stopped in their gate and have turned their attention to the new people in town who are currently trailing behind or having a entourage of children behind them,
Get down.
I should say.
Get down, they've got to leave.
Down, Mr. President.
He's sucking
Get
the
out of
money out my
floor.
purse.
The attention is so great that some of them have even gone out of their way to step onto the road. While not directly in your path, you will be in such a way that you'll be passing by them as you go along these streets, giving little head nods of either affirmation or the kind that says, "Stay your hand and keep the peace, citizen," sort of nod. At which point, when there is a small break in the guards, one of the children who is falling behind increases their pace so that they get in front of you, your direct path. And they trip. Can I have an insight check from...
I have advantage on his sides, I suppose.
I
I
just
could.
messaged Laszlo mentally. You're a spider. Just go over him.
I climb on the.
You could.
I web the child to the floor and stab them. No,
Alright, yeah, okay.
No,
Deal.
no, I joke. I'll do an insight.
Make an insight check.
I got a 16 insight.
The child tripped on purpose. His acting skills are subpar.
Ooh, owie,
In
my
or-
foot.
In order to make you, at least perturb your current route.
All-terrain Laszlo mobile. We're going round them
Ooh.
via a alternate route.
You begin to step around the child, at which point he sits upright and begins to cry incessantly. pointing with one accusatory finger at the large spider. He bins something about... He pushed me, repeatedly, in between sobs and crying.
This is a good look for us. Let's continue
Good
on.
Yeah, just-
lord, it is too hot for this spectacle.
Shut the fuck up! This is not when you use that. I swear to God. In your mind, just Dottie, shut the fuck up. This isn't when you use that, you dumbass. Like, do not pay attention to when we tell.
One of the children, who is not the one that is crying on the floor, runs up to his apparent companion, helping him up to at least 1 foot off the ground, and then crying alongside their friend, at which point a third child joins in, helping the other child off their feet with their shoulder, and pointing an accusatory finger, calling you a bully, collectively.
Just keep going. This is one of their pickpocket tactics. Just keep going.
I don't have
Fucking ignore
emotions.
this.
Keep going. Don't say anything, Dottie. Don't say anything. Shut up. Keep going.
The adult figures around this have obviously taken notice of a crying child. However, many of them who are extremely streetwise are just as in tuned with the culture of pickpocketing as you are, Kalos. They understand that these are crocodile tears, and nothing good can be deemed from them interfering. So, they allow the child collective to cry in the streets without so much as batting an eye. It is just another day in Hecafates. As you make your way around the children, the ones who were initially crying have basically done their whole routine, and since you are not catching onto the bait, they have decided to switch up their tactics. They have gone aggressive. They have approached you, and not one of them that was crying, it is just another, this is like a gang of maybe like 7 kids. So 3 of them were doing the fake tears routine, and the rest of them who were behind you guys have approached on your flanks, actively begging for cash.
I mentally messaged Laszlo. Just go like up a wall or something. Go around him.
Don't do that. I mentally tell everyone.
It's a one-to-one thing.
I mentally tell everyone keep your well, especially I don't tell you guys because your pocket thing is probably all the way above them. But Zen and Varus make sure you don't get pickpocketed. Carry your money purse very close to you.
What's the
Not-
terrain look like in front, Adam?
Cobbled streets, broken up into concentric ring formations. So it's not a grid, it is a series of ripples going outwards.
There are buildings to the left and right of me?
Of varying sizes, domiciles for homes, others businesses that are relatively shorter, and everything in between.
Okay.
But most of them are mostly wooden construction. How much you weigh, and considering your passenger, some of these things would be not very smart, especially if it's like a thatched roof that you should not climb on top
I
of.
break their whole house. I'll stay the path and continue. Yeah.
The children, incessantly yammering in your left ear, for some of you, and your right ear on these other ones, they begin to shout, almost. At first they were speaking at a normal talking voice for someone who is approximately 5 to 6 feet away from you. Now they have closed the distance to be something that is about 4 to 3 feet in terms of distance between the non-spider-legged individuals, and have raised their voices to be almost those kind of playground screams, begging for money. Is there anything you would like to do with them directly, or just allow them to screech in your ear as much as it pains you?
Go check my
He's,
features. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say doesn't Loft use some kind of
The
way?
children scream. And
If I kill all
do
these kids right now,
I'm gonna spread her
There you
webs.
go, win-win. You accidentally kill the kids. It's a latch in the web. People get.
are they within 10 feet of me?
Yeah.
The most dangerous.
Okay, well they need to
spider
make
within 10 feet.
aura of neutrality. I have. They need to make a save. No hostile actions. That includes taking my fucking money. I bet. As I would deem that as a hostile attempt on my life. And my
That
money.
is not...
Well, no, it was
Oh.
that's a hostile action trying to pickpocket me. So, but anyways, they need to make a save. Let me calculate the amount.
Natural 20 on the first one.
That's fucking. What's your saving throw?
I'm finding out
Kids can be
now.
cruel, Laszlo.
Which doesn't mean they
That's 4.
fucking just pickpocket me. It just means they don't, pass.
All right, I saved on actually one of them because of nat 20.
A
The rest of them were like sub 12, so.
6. Yeah. I said 19 to beat.
Rios can't growl.
So I imagine that like, what? There's a crowd of how many kids?
So it was 7 total. 3 of them were doing the crocodile tears, and the rest of them are now haranguing you for money. The first 3 broke off and hung back. Hanged back? Hung back? I don't know.
Leaping them all with
Because I look like a
balls,
freak,
balls,
able to
give it up.
intimidate. Can I have an intimidating presence of looking like a freak, trying to deter?
You can certainly try to intimidate the lone child who broke through your intimidation.
Oh,
Your neutrality, excuse me.
26.
A bit too much glee in the head.
What are you gonna do?
Well, I got that 20. I'm gonna sort of go spider mode a little bit. I'm gonna start, clickety clackety and sort of hissing a little bit. Yeah, to sort of be a bit. What, Henry? What don't you like about spiders?
Why you
Their fucking eyes.
Yeah, I open my extra set of eyes
Yeah, but
and
you
I
have eyes.
stare.
Yeah, but
but I
I
got
don't have
extra-
fucking 8 eyes.
I stare down the braver of the lot to try and just sort of deter them from being as loud and stop
This will not
following
end
us.
well, child.
You stare down the child with your spider eyes. You glower and grimace, and eventually the child gets the picture. While he is not going to be shitting his pants in the streets, he does know to leave you alone.
Sort of lick my lips and sort of grin horrifically.
Please don't lick
like,
the chips at the child. That's
You're gonna die. No. No. No, I don't think
Jesus
that.
Christ.
You have caused the
It's
street
implied,
urchins to vacate the premises. Now, while you do have eyes on from just other civilians, none of them are going to be encroaching upon your immediate vicinity unless they have a damn good reason. Which in this
I have these
case,
spider shoes for you. I have.
which in this case, eventually, as you pass through the city streets, you get to one of the major gatehouses. It is littered with guard patrols, high tower walls, armaments, and people who are willing to prevent your easy access. The gate is closed, and there is a small gathering of 5 guards at the base level, and even more above, weapons at the ready, presumably magically enhanced.
Afternoon. Can you believe
join the
this? Afternoon. Can you believe this hot weather that we're having? I go with my left hand.
You pick your nose or something?
No, and I wave and I
Okay.
like fan myself with the left.
Adam
with
forgot
my
his
left
own
hand.
thing. Like,
No, because you say when you say I go with my left hand, that doesn't really mean anything to me. You can make
I'm
picking
sorry.
your nose.
No,
You can.
I thought I said I fan my
Oh.
with my left hand.
Quite so. The weather is indeed quite parching.
Indeed.
To what do we owe the pleasure of this company?
Princess here has some business in the upper district. I presume you know who he is. The red scales on her body is well and telling of what family she comes from.
One of the you can hear something like princess, huh? And then turns attention to the spider rider, Nautilus. Oh. Well, we did not receive any information of expectations to greet and host a princess of such a prestigious family. Whose company will you be attending today?
I look at Kalos. Dolcus, you didn't tell me it was humid here. I can deal with the heat, but I can't deal with humidity. It's horrible. And I look at the guard. I'll be attending no one. I'm here to shop, and thank Christ, maybe I'll be out of here sooner than later.
Ugh.
And I would like to try and intimidate the guard.
Who's Christ?
You don't want to know.
This man, you don't want to know him.
Dauntless, go ahead and make a twist of the dick.
What?
No.
Twist of dick.
Right? Ow.
23.
User disconnected from your
Adam
channel.
left. He couldn't handle you. Intimidated the DM.
You intimidated
couldn't handle
Gronk.
it.
Yeah, that was supposed to be Gronk's guest appearance. You scared him off.
That's
He's
it.
gonna be guard number 3.
He's been
League
building
member
up.
number 7 now. We would have had. We're gonna get by the end of the campaign. We're gonna get it back up to the.
But like
8 we started
Gronk,
with.
describe your guard. Just be like,
he's got
he's-
a hair.
it's a woman. Big.
She's a woman. I guess it's Pride Month. Fine. He's a woman, sure. The guard looks over to the rest of his companions. Shopping. I see. Well, you are cutting it close, if I don't mind saying. The shops will be closing in approximately 1.5 hours, so please make your way to the shops as quickly as possible before they close down for the evening.
Alright, and assuming I decide to stay in this humid pit, where would I be able to sleep?
We do have access to a variety of different taverns to varying likings from different cultures. If you'd like to, within the lower districts there is the Jade Glory. Alternatively, within the upper districts you might want to find your way towards the Obsidian Pits.
The pit. And I
No.
sneer at the guard. How charming. And then I kind of yip Laszlo. Away!
Nice.
I
Nice.
make a. You can't see my face. I make like a little, spider sound, and I move forward.
I thought
As
you
the
were
gates increase in elevation, the guards part ways so that they don't accidentally get in Laszlo's leg stride path, I guess you'd call it.
Be neutral to me, I say. No, I don't. No.
That's a very
Just the aura, like.
I have no strong feelings one way
Well,
whatsoever.
I don't have emotions.
You pass through the gates.
I do ping Kalos as we're walking. Daddy Morgemoth would be proud.
Right? Dude, look at you see how big
Adam winced on camera. Adam winced on camera.
Daddy
You guys-
Morgemoth.
You're all cringe.
Daddy Morgemoth would be proud.
You enter through the gates, and the guards part ways. One of them walks alongside of you and offers to be a guide if you need directions to any particular shop fronts. Otherwise, you can just go about your business at your own leisure.
I ping Kalos. I think we should rest because, or I guess we can't
I'm-
rest. 'cause he just
I'm gonna-
slept like
I'm gonna take you. I was gonna take you guys to the fancy one, and then drop you guys off, and then come back to.
yeah, just
deal
you,
with
you
that.
lead the way because I don't
Yeah.
know exactly what I'm doing.
What was? Could you tell me what the fancy one was again? What was the fancy place called again, Donnie?
He mentioned a pit.
I turned to the guard. Your colleague over there said on the upper district there was a tavern that we could go to. What was that place called again?
The
Rather-
Obsidian Pits.
I'd rather checking now than later. So if you could escort us that way, please. Also, is there any type of pass? See how the princess gets, and you should see her on.
A pass? You mean...
We don't want to be stopped again. We understand that your city has rules and expectations. However, the princess doesn't like to be questioned on her motives. She's here for shopping and nothing else.
Well, typically you're only stopped around if you're coming into the gates. Once you get through the gates, it's more or less
Ah, perfect.
free.
Please escort us to this pit area.
PIDS.
Pit.
P-I-D-Z.
This
It's-
piss area.
PIDS.
This
We've
pit's
been for poo poo, we
Yeah.
go for piss.
Weird Spider-Man talking about poo-poo.
I ain't speaking.
Well, you talking
pee pee poo poo.
about pee pee. Okay.
See, the gang loves it. It's a classic. It's an instant hit.
The Obsidian Pids is a large stone tavern, or probably even more than that, made of black marble, as to keep with its name. the large pillars that hold it up, towers 3 total floors. On the ground floor, there is a full restaurant that is accommodating for all local specialities. A landlocked region like this is very scant on seafood, but they get some from the local rivers for freshwater fish, if you want that sort of thing. And then 2 layers above that are different living arrangement areas. The clientele around here looks very fanciful, judging by their attire, the fancy foods and wines that they're drinking, and the overall air of how they walk, sit, and even breathe seems like they have stocks.
You just breathe the whole Dogecoin.
I think Kalos, I hate everything about this city so far.
You should try living in here and serving these fucking people, I say mentally. As we get there, I head to the front desk.
The individual behind the desk has a very, very fancy butler-esque attire, a pencil-thin mustache that looks kind of like a Salvador Dali kind of thing, and a very kind of like a perpetually squinted face, so he kind of looks like what I'm doing on camera. How can I help you?
Let his name be Salvador,
I hold
please.
up a finger and I dismount Laszlo.
I deform into a
And then I
small
make-
horde of spiders and I go
Wait,
inside the
before you do
box.
that, before you do that, I make
Oh.
crazy hissing noises at you.
I saw.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I open the box and hold it
And then
up.
I shrink down into the box. Alright.
Oh, good
And
day.
I say, pretty good. God, I mean,
We need a room large enough for all of us.
Yes. And how many heads would you be needing to rest this fine evening?
We start counting out loud. 1, 2. You can guess how many? 6, 7.
Would you care for a suite or a regular room?
Please don't insult her. She gets very sweet.
Not obvious I would want a suite.
No insult deemed in my presence. I am merely
Thank you.
just... Of course. Now, would you care to open a tab or pay for everything here and now?
We'll go
Or
ahead
do
and
I look? Tab.
Of course,
Oh, wow.
madam. May I,
am no
please have a
wage.
name for your tab?
You don't remember your name?
You don't remember your name?
I am Jimmy Jangle.
Please,
The name, the name that's caused us so much
Princess
trouble.
Long Mordremal.
Of course, madam. And might I say, it is a pleasure having you with us here at the PIDS. Now then, if I can have any luggage of yours to be brought up to your rooms? You are flanked on either side by servant people.
Equally appearance, even more
I make
squid,
hissing
so-
noises at the box and hand it to one of them.
Jesus! My box is spider.
And I mentally ping Laszlo, don't come out. That was not a hissing of come out of the box.
Oh, I just hissed in response.
Sure. A chorus of 200 spiders hissing from interior of a box. The servant boy who is holding the box is notably horrified.
His aura is neutralized.
You can still be intimidated. I mean, if you had a box that said spiders on it, and you can feel the
Angry
wriggling...
spiders.
Yeah. I don't care who you are, that's freaky.
They're hissing in chorus.
Kalos is given...
in tune. Like,
Kalos is given a sweet key. It is noticeably heavy. You could probably bludgeon someone with this thing if you wanted to. And you are escorted up to the second floor with the 2 servant boys, one holding the box and the other one, you didn't give him any other luggage, so he's just walking. But they hold open the double doors of the suite for you, and the interior is as lavish as you could probably expect a suite of this kind to be. There is despite you being on the second floor, there is an interior water bath that can be used, surrounded on all sides by pillars that are draped with climbing vines. Some of them bear fruit. They resemble that of olives, and a series of very pristinely placed pillows around the edge, all of which have a very distinctive Greek-style equivalent of real-life furniture for this region. There's a constant running water sound as the bath is fueled by presumably either a really long pipe that goes up to the second floor or a magical means in the same way that you would like a decanter of water. But in either case, the air around here is not quite like a perfume section at a department store, but more like a someone ran through here with like 2 cans of Febreze and kind of just spun in a circle. It's an air freshener, if anyone doesn't know what Febreze is. I'm not sure why you wouldn't. But, speaking
What's a
of...
Febreze?
but around here, the size of the master bed is big enough that you could fit 1.5 Laszlos on it. And, yeah, if that's your unit of measurement.
Full size Laszlo's? Holy shit.
Full size Laszlo, yeah.
Damn.
And a couple of smaller rooms on the side that have not equally as big beds, but they're all minimum king-sized. And they all conjoin into a center room area where it has room for a lavish dining hall. A balcony that looks out overneath the poor district, and if you look directly down, you could jump off and kill yourself, but that's not here or there. Also, fall damage at this level wouldn't kill you. Unless it was terminal velocity. I max rolled into a pit of spikes. Anyways, you have the room, and the 2 servant boys give you back your box, or rather, if you want to, they can just put it on a nearby table, so that your box of spiders can be left alone, and they close the door behind. And if you need to, they'll be on the other side. If you want to just get room service, you can just yell at them.
Alright, I tap on the box. Alright, you're good.
God, big dick energy over here. Jesus.
The 200 spiders crawl out into the room, and you can form into your regular shape if you like, or maintain your vigil as 200 spiders. Just my fucking green screen fell again.
It's me, the 200 spiders.
Alright.
I'm gonna go climb on the walls as little spiders and see what this place is about.
So, after that big ass performance, lovely performance, by the way, you two. You guys were great. You guys
You
should
were
do
just
that.
telling them to shut up the whole time. Follow the lead, man. They got this. They're in their element.
I think going to the meeting place. I think Dottie, you're gonna have to stay back because you're gonna draw way too much attention down there, down in the lower area.
Yeah, can do.
Laszlo, I think if you can stay in the 200 spiders, but divided between me, Zen, and Varys, I think you'll
I
be
don't
good.
think I can split
No?
myself.
No, you can't.
Do we want to leave? If Nautilus is staying here, do we want to leave them all alone? Shouldn't at least?
Yeah, one of us.
If we want to be discreet, I mean, I think you.
I can. Who's going to be talking?
I'm gonna be talking to the guy.
I will cast Foresight on you, and then
okay.
you do things better. And I will stay with.
I'll leave
Princess.
Krios as well. I don't want to draw too much attention.
I'll just stay with the princess. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'll set up sentries, watch, and all
I
that.
look at you said the balcony isn't far enough to fall to our deaths, though, right?
No,
I mean,
you
if
can't
you
fall.
were if you were a low-level character, sure.
If you dived head first, maybe.
I could probably jump out and be good. Like half.
Well,
Never
I'm
mind.
just thinking, how far do we want to take the asshole persona? Because I could just ride Laszlo down every day, like the side of the wall.
Oh, we're gonna go shopping tomorrow because that was your big thing. So you could do that. You could display your big dick energy on that.
It's the 26th, by the way.
26.
Mhm.
Oh, the date.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, spend a couple of hours here, and then you said it was like 5 o'clock.
5:30. Yeah.
5:30. We'll wait until like 7-ish, and then head down to the place that I have written down as
The Jade Glory.
Jade Glory. Yep.
So, idling around the suite, there are plenty of things to make yourself feel lavish with. You could rest in the heated foot bath, you could sleep on the big bed, you could call the servants to get you food, all being put
They
onto
say you don't like the
the
food and
tab.
want something else.
Yeah, you could.
Henry, that's the spell for what you have now for 8 hours.
Oh, thank you.
But sometime later, when the sun begins to lower in elevation, not quite behind the horizon, but when it becomes an orange sky, you may vacate and go about your nefarious business. Now, the Jade Glory is technically in the closest proximity to the upper tier as possible. It is technically in the lower district, but it is on the border. So there is some semblance of some mixture of high society and low society.
I asked the guy, should I wear my heavy plate or wear the fancy clothes?
I mean, I think the fancy clothes would actually attract less attention, giving the armor you tend to prefer.
So fancy clothes.
Yeah.
Fancy. I put on my I doff my juggernaut armor.
Well, the only thing I'll say is that they don't know. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I kind of messed it up before. But like, the resistance doesn't know what you look like.
The resistance doesn't know what I look like. The trust does. They haven't seen me in a while though, and I've
Put on a few.
my hair is way longer than what they remember.
10 years older.
My hair was black, not gold, and I have put on a couple of pounds of muscle.
And you're like 37, right?
Don't fucking tell me how old I am. I feel like I'm 27. All right, 29.
Emotionally, physically.
Emotionally, I'm 37 though.
Physically, you're running out of time. No, I'm joking.
All right,
Humans,
Running out of what?
Time.
Time.
Yeah, would I know of that the fancy
wait.
people wear, heavy plate?
How
No.
far overcapping are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm one over.
All right. I do have these spider gloves that I keep forgetting about. That like I don't have them equipped just because I'm at cap and I don't want to fuck myself. Did anyone want to use these?
I have.
Would I be able to
I have something
benefit
that
from
does the same
that?
stuff.
What does it do, Andrew?
It's exactly what you think. You can climb walls effortlessly.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off my plate.
Ooh. You can feel your health reduction.
Yeah, I feel it.
Is it
I
like
feel-
when the SpongeBob's like the pump up arms deflate?
It's more like, yeah, I guess that would be like the best bet though.
Oh,
Hmm.
jerk, man, everybody.
Here's another thing. Would I know that magic around here is like if you were to cast a spell on yourself, would the guards know? Would I know that type of information? Like, do they have like, ooh, this guy's casting magic on himself and is disguising himself type of thing?
Depends on the spell. Some of them have really subtle effects. Some of them are intended to not be seen. So depends on what spell it is.
Disguise self.
There might be some people who can see through that. Especially if you get to like a place where the learned or the Stall Secretia would be. They have special eyepieces.
Yep. Nice. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna wear
Isn't
my
the guy
juggernaut.
we're going to meet expecting our faces? Even though expecting people. Didn't he get a vague description of what we look like?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not wearing my armor. Jesus Christ, that. I feel so naked. All right, let's go.
Fully clothed, but my cock is out.
I do put on bracers of defense though. Bring up
Sure.
my armor class a little bit up higher.
Well,
You
while
want,
it's
like,
not
a fish flat?
Juggernaut armor, it's fine. You dress in appropriate clothing, and you vacate the area and go make your way towards the Jade Glory, a middle-class tavern that hosts a very wide assortment of clientele. While it's not going to be the poop shovelers that you saw earlier in your visit here, it is more like the people who would either work in an office complex, blacksmiths and alchemists, and everyone who kind of does a sort of a craftsman's job, and a little bit of the upper echelon of society. The closest thing you could get to a middle class in this sort of incredibly divided countryside. But yeah, it's the richest of the poor people, if you could call it that. With the exception of like artificers and people who make magical items, because obviously they'd be in the upper district. But in either case, once you get there, the crowd around here is quite bustling. Especially on a day like this, when it is relatively cool. People like to come inside and get a nice warm meal to eat, as well as a warm bed. The Jade, part of Jade Glory, is very prominent in many parts of the furniture around here. Some of the portions, the entire bar is made of a solid piece of jade. Could be fake, could be real, but it at least looks like jade. Some of the tankards have a little rim of jade around them, and there is a very ambient Volatile Isles theme going around here. Think mixture of 3 different Asian cultures kind of mixed in with each other. Mostly of China, Japan, and other Asian country. That's not the Philippines, though. Anyways.
Mangoes, as far as the eye can see.
As you get in here, the ambiance is quite lively, and generally speaking, while you are dressed a little bit above the usual tier of people around here, it's nothing to garner more than just a glance and then a look away, as people get back to minding their own damn business.
Is there a table in a corner?
There could be. It's currently occupied by 2 people, if you want to either ask them to politely leave, muscle them out, or do something else.
Can I can make nasty smells.
Oh boy.
Can I stealthily cast prestidigitation, making it smell like fucking feces over?
Well, we're continuing with the theme for this session, so, to a certain extent, let's see how stealthily you can cast that, because I just want to check the components of prestidigitation.
VNS, so vocal and somatic.
So you do require you to say something and move your body. So there are some things that cannot be completely negated by trying to do so stealthily. So if, hypothetically, if you needed to do the YMCA dance to do it, then you can't really keep it that subtle. So certain spells...
Are there other tables that...
Yeah,
That's
they're not corner tables though.
Fair enough.
They're regular tables.
Alright, I am going to use my D6 on this one.
Well, try for a sleight of hand, see if you can't do anything sneaky.
Oh, okay. Sleight of hand, not stealth. Actually, they're both the same anyway. That's gonna be.
If you're trying to do Naruto hand signs, I would say that's sleight of hand, excuse me.
19 total.
It is the closest thing you can do is like you lift up the bottom part of your shirt and put your hands underneath it, and then you do the somatic components, and then you kind of like you can have during high periods of the conversation in the room where the ambient chatter is high, you can kind of muffle it amongst that, or just have one of your companions scream. You can do that too, or what have you. But in either case, you make the area smell of poo-poo. And you see the 2 patrons there who are currently attending to a very nice dinner of some sort of meat haunch and potatoes and a flagon of ale. They take one bite, and then you notice one of them like sniffs the meat and like takes a sip of their ale and then sniffs again, and they begin accusing each other of shitting. It goes back and forth for quite some time before one of them stands up to show the backside of their pants to show that, no, I have not shit my pants. And the other one takes the food from, well, their portion of the food, so like one platter and a tankard, gets up and walks away. The other one, having affirmed that neither of them have shit their pants, takes their food and walks away.
Make my way over to that corner table.
You have successfully vacated that particular seating arrangement, and now you have the whole thing, which could reasonably fit like 6 people in the corner table if they're all shoulder to shoulder, available. And whatever party members who want to sit.
Advantage on that. Ah, fuck! I completely forgot. Never mind. Sorry.
Well, whoever wants to sit can sit. Except for if you're not here in the first place, that is.
Getting bored.
Lazarus
So?
is like, I will sit where I am, and you can't stop me.
Well, I'm guarding
he's
the
guarding
princess.
the princess. It's just me,
I'm
you, and
actively
Zen.
on watch, so.
Just us 3. I flagged down one of the waiters or bartender or whatever.
Indeed, a waiter does come to you once they realize that you're a new patron and doesn't have any food in front of them. They rush up with a pad and paper. The paper itself looks to be similar in composition to the same type that a wizard would use for their spellbook component. They're just so rich with the stuff, they use it to take down orders, and the pen that they use is not being held in the hand, but rather by an unseen force. Welcome to the Jade Glory. Can I take your order? My name is Zoto. I will be your waiter this evening.
Goto, Judds, what do you guys want to drink? Ale or something harder?
What time is it?
It is approximately 7 o'clock.
And just do ale.
Ale.
Very good.
Simple tonight.
Would you care for a flagon for each person or a pitcher for the table?
I'll take a picture, and you guys want anything to eat?
It's on the
What's
menu.
the specialty?
Today's specialty is lamb shanks with a
Sounds good.
side of cranberry sauce. And your choice of root vegetables.
Sounds fine.
Very good. He takes your orders, and judging by the menus around here, it's going to cost a pretty penny. But thankfully, the portion sizes are decent. Not any kind of skimped Chipotle like nowadays. In either case, we'll get to how much it pays by the end of the night, but you have other business to attend to here, and a secret society to make contact with. How will you do that?
I'm gonna start talking to the group about our fancy dancy collection of pottery.
Whoa. Give me a
How-
performance check.
I have
Advantage on everything.
Fuck.
He's tweaking. He's tweaking. Oh no, he's here.
I rolled a 14 total, -1.
It is a decent effort to try to speak at a seemingly normal tone while also getting your voice out into the crowd of people so that you can be heard in the first place. You get a couple of people who stumble close to your table and you expectantly expect them to be Salus,
User joined your
but
channel.
they're just someone who happens to stumble by your table. Either that or your waiter, Zoro. As your food gets delivered and you begin to eat normally while waiting for your would-be clientele to saunter over, one person accidentally bumps into the table, causing one of your bits of cutlery to fall to the floor. As they bend over to pick it up, you can help but notice that their pointy ears are sticking out. If Zen was still racist, he'd be like, ooh.
Ooh.
Or even if.
There's got to be some latent
It's
racism there.
it's not equipped anymore.
Yeah, he's free.
I'm free.
I've been cured.
He's free of the disease.
As he places the cutlery back onto your table, he gives a little head bow. Sorry, gentlemen. My fault.
No
Will you
worries.
please-
No harm, no done.
If you don't mind, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I'm a bit of a collector myself. I deal in fine wares. Do you mind if I sit at your table?
Please come ahead. We love to meet another enthusiast of ancient pottery.
Very good. Thank you very much. He brings over a platter of his own food he was actually eating before this encounter, sits down, he's got like some sort of soup and a tankard of ale. Takes a little spoonful of soup, blows on it, drinks it back, and then washes it back with ale, clearing his throat. Now then, in our sort of market, typically we deal in very fine and expensive products. Are there any of the sort that you are interested in maybe adding to your collection?
Actually, we a couple days ago we were actually in. We found some very fancy ones. I want to say what about a a month ago or so. We were in Soho and we very nice vendor
Oh,
sold
yeah.
us this amazing set of pots that actually haven't seen the architecture, the workmanship of in quite a while.
I see. You know, I have a cousin down in that neck of the woods, this Solholm of which you speak. Now, I don't suppose he sends any condolences, does he? For my late cat?
I look at the guy. I send a mental message to Varys. Did Lucio say anything about a cat?
No, I don't remember specifically about a cat. I don't have any notes down.
You know,
Maybe just say yeah. I don't
you
know.
know, we
The
don't.
fuck is a cat? Make it say that.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
even know what a cat is.
Sorry, the person that we've been dealing with actually never brought up any type of cats.
I see. Well, in that case, allow me to just enlighten you for a moment. Recently, we had a little bit of a issue. Some of the street cats got into a bit of a tussle, and one of them got injured to such an extent that well, they passed away. But that's neither here nor there. We are here for pottery.
Yes, pottery.
Now, if you don't mind, why don't we finish our meals, and I would gladly walk and talk with you out in the street.
Of course. Finish up our food and why don't you lead the way? Fortunately, we're not from around here, and
Your
Does it
bill
sound like-
comes out
did it seem
to
like-
50 gold pieces.
I'd leave 60.
Whoa.
It seemed like Kalos said the wrong thing when he said no mention of cats.
Make an insight check.
22 total.
Let me... How do I phrase this? You ever try to catch someone in a lie by adding to a story? And then if they, like, try to play along with it, you know that they're lying?
Gotcha.
There you go.
Okay.
You could have said, "What the fuck is a cat? I don't know what that is."
I didn't really.
Five legs, a creature.
Ma, there's a
like-
weird cat
It-
outside.
But I don't know what that is, though.
Blink, motherfucker! It looks like Grandma
Remember
the
that
damn
guy?
thing. But as you finish your meals and pay, you are led outside and out into the crisp, late evening air as the sun sets and the nightlife has begun to pick up. While it doesn't mean that there's just drunken people rambling in the streets, it does mean that there are different types of conversations, and the air is a bit different during this time. The individual to whom you share very many cultural dealings with leads you towards what appears to be a residential area. Not into one of the houses, but there is an alleyway in between. He motions for you to follow him into a shady alleyway. Do you
There's
follow
nothing-
the stranger?
Nothing sus about this.
Right?
So
Nothing sus. Yeah, I follow him anyway. I don't even stop. I just, as soon as he turns in, I turn in too.
As you break into the alleyway, you can't help but notice that it feels like you just walked through like a very thin layer of, like, suspended jelly. Like you just ran your hand through like a 2-centimeter thick layer of petroleum jelly.
Are we talking and walking and talking about pottery as we...
He makes small notations regarding historical documents that relate to pottery, but they all seem to go over your head. He lists names, dates, and locations that some of them don't even sound like he's speaking common tongue. It almost sounds like, to Zen, he's speaking in thieves' cant.
Uh-huh.
Specifically, this type of thieves' cant is, if you can believe it, there are regional dialects to thieves' cant, wherein you replace certain words with either names of locations, or the overall, I guess you could call it an accent, is a bit different. So,
This is the Coney Island thieves' cant.
but in specificity, the individual whom you presume to be Salus is speaking of when you are dealing with... Now you can translate this to your pals through the network, but he's essentially saying that when you are dealing with people around these parts, cats are referred to as people who are within the rebellion side. And dogs refer to anyone who is on the magically affluent side. And pottery is sometimes literally just pottery, because it is Ivory Crown.
Mono equals 1, and rail equals rail.
But eventually, as you pass by this jelly barrier, you feel like something is actively watching you as you do so. That creepy feeling of eyes on the back of your head is constantly perpetuated on the... as you pass through this jelly field. And you can see that the individual before you, while he is elven in nature, you can't help but notice that his eyes have 2 different skin color. Skin color? Eyes? No, hold on. Different eye color. One is blue,
Skin.
and the other one is gray to white. Presumably that might be his fake eye.
Oh, that's right. He is a. Yep.
You see him walk forward, and he disappears, walking right through a brick wall.
Platform 9 3/4. Here we come.
Through it and say, Harry.
Walking through the brick wall without any effort, as if he was either a ghost or the wall's not even there. However, you guys perceive a wall. What do you do?
Walk on through.
Yeah.
You walk through, hesitation or otherwise, and you feel no resistance as the illusory wall allows you to pass through
User
unscathed.
disconnected from your channel.
Oh no. Oh, that was Gronk again. The stairway leading down past this illusory wall is very dimly lit by magical LEDs. Not bright white, but more like a dull yellowish brown, so that it's not too standoffish, and just allows a minimal amount of illumination so you don't trip down the stairs. Eventually, down at the bottom of flight, unfortunately it does not lead down into some grandiose underworld. It is kind of more like a storage shed, or a basement. Very low ceiling, and very scant furniture. Even has bare floor of just hard compact dirt, a couple of cabinets, a table, and a unlit lantern hanging from the ceiling. The individual, presumably Salis, goes over to light it, and then proceeds to gesture for you to make yourself comfortable. Or stand.
Gonna stand. How many chairs are there?
It's like 2.
I'll stand next to chairs. So, what's nice to meet you, by the way.
Understandably, we have to have a lot of smoke and mirrors around these parts, and passing through that barrier, I needed to make sure that you were not any of the learned.
No, I got it.
Your appearance matches the description that I received from our mutual friend across the seas. My name is Salis, or at least my codename is. Now I'm to understand that you are going to be here on somewhat personal business, not so much directly for the company.
Correct.
What can I help you with? I'm to understand that I've been your informant indirectly for quite some time now, and you know how easy it is for me to slip in between 2 different frames of reference, be it the upper and lower class peoples. So how can I help you?
We're actually here to get in contact with. I know your counterpart has been asking for certain information of a group that was known as the Trust, and the Resistance, and so I wanted to see if you can get us to talk to either of the groups,
Or at least point us in the
or
direction.
at least point us. Yeah, correct. Yeah. I know your counterpart did say that it was hard to get into what is. I don't even know if it's the Trust anymore. I was once a part of their ranks, but it's been quite some time now, so.
Whatever name that you presume they had back in your time has been dissolved. The trust, so to speak, has lost its trust between some of its members. Be they bought out by the upper management and the elite affluent people, or have lost the will to fight on. This does not describe every person within that conclave, but I do believe it is apropos. What you'll be finding, these wayward strands of this once trust, will be relatively difficult to seek out. Are there any particular names or code phrases or code names of a specific one or so people that you'd like to meet with directly?
The code name for one of them was shit, have to go back in my
Long John Silver.
One of Adam's alias accounts. It could be one of them.
Fat Booty Bertha. That's not it. That's definitely not it.
She used to disguise herself of what the gaze of Aphrodite. But she did stop wearing that mask after pushing us to be more proud of what we did. She does have a name, but we're in some sort of trust here. I believe I could tell you her name.
If they had a guise that they no longer use, it would be inappropriate for me to search for such a person. And any past histories, I would assume they do not have any sort of ledger containing all of their past previous names. So what information you can give to me so that I may seek them out to work as a middleman would be not only appropriate, but necessary.
Her name is Cleo Samaras.
Very well.
Half elf, redhead, green eyes.
Is that the only individual you are seeking?
Nice Jimmy Carter trend.
There are more, but she's the more prudent one that I need to seek out. And then also get in contact with the resistance somewhere higher up in the organization. We do have information on a certain shipment that will be arriving here soon.
Well, your second request is going to be much easier to do. In fact, I can almost point you in the direction immediately so that you might dispense with that information. Would you care to do it through me or on your own terms?
Would you be accompanying with us or just sending us along the way?
In order to maintain a lower profile, I would not be accompanying you. I would send you off on your way to a destination to meet with an informant. While they do not directly head the rebellion, they would be one of his ears on the ground.
Would would
I
you-
can just send it myself.
Would you be able? This is going to be probably a big ask. Would you be able to get us an audience with his name is
Donald Trump.
Donald
Oh.
Muck.
Donald
Donald
Trump.
Muck. With Coldwin himself.
That is an incredibly dangerous task. Not for myself, but to get him out and meeting what he would presume to be a stranger in public. Now, while our relationship with him has been, at this point, very accommodating for both sides in terms of keeping mutual agreements and trust, so to speak, we have yet to have such a direct audience with him that was not through one or two middlemen, or at least couriers. So it is not a guarantee that he will be willing to meet with anyone who is not from his direct entourage. So there's no guarantee.
When you do pass on, how about you pass on a message to him through your informant that has to get through him? The message would be, the pawns are rising. There is a plan afoot, but we need to discuss.
Very well. I may pass this on to my middlemen and see if the Liberator cannot find an opening in his busy schedule.
Of course.
And as for your friend from your trust circle, that one may take a bit more time. Depending on how wary they are of making contact with old friends, they may be a bit hesitant to be exposed. Judging by how sneaky they want to be, there may be large gaps of time, assuming they want to be found at all.
It's gonna be hard. I know we developed a certain way of blocking any type of scrying that I'm assuming she approved upon. But
Is
if
there
you
any
do,
personal effects of hers that we can use to perhaps find? Or no?
I usually keep my hair tied up in using a pink scrunchie, and I undo my hair and I give him the pink scrunchie. This used to belong to her. She gave it to me as a present.
Hopefully
Wow,
the
but-
gap of time was not too much that the scent has been lost to time, but this is the closest thing we may have. Now, we may need to resort to more conventional means rather than magical, but we have our ways. And finding them hopefully will not be a needle in the haystack.
Hopefully not. Yeah, I know. Your counterpart on the other side did say that this would be a one-time meeting area.
This location is not really here.
No, of course.
I will collapse this entryway as soon as we are done here. Next time we are to meet, we will need to establish a new location. While it is easy for me to do so, as much time for me to prepare would be very nice to have. In order to set up the countermeasures. You may have felt a bit of a pressure as you walked through that alleyway that I had set up in anticipation of our meeting. Helps to prevent prying eyes.
I could feel that pressure when we came in. Pretty sure my colleagues here as well.
In any case, if you have the capabilities of sending magical messages, and you are within a reasonable distance, you could notify me through that means. Assumedly, you would not be so crass as to send a written letter to notify my people. But please try to get as much information out of this initial meeting as we can. What else do you need?
Varus design.
Sorry, I had to. So what do we? Just to recap, what did we learn?
He's gonna find my ex, I guess, and
Was that the only follow-up?
get us a meeting with Codwell, the leader of the resistance, so we can let him know about the big plan, overarching plan.
Okay.
Is it Lufidius Codwin? Is that the fella?
Yep, Lefidius Codwin.
Yeah.
The Great Liberator.
Do you need to get the equivalent of like ye old boombox if you're getting your babe back? Is it?
Probably, right? Just like
hire a minstrel.
I'm
to
sorry I left
carry him.
you high and dry, and you
I've
probably
changed.
babe,
Ye,
trust
fair
me.
ye maiden well be. It just has a. Don't let me do it.
What's our end of meeting with him? We were just waiting for word.
Uh,
or is there something
we-
we can do.
But there's nothing that we can do. I passed on the message that the pawns are rising. A plan is afoot. We need to meet to discuss.
Arise, chicken.
I don't know if you wanted to add a I don't know. I could also write a letter, just a word in deep speech. Only he would understand.
Or anyone that could read deep speech.
Or anyone that could read deep speech. That would just say important.
I mean, we've already said plenty, so that's like a lot of.
Yeah, right. Okay. All
Pawns
right.
kind of, if that's what we're led to believe, kind of screams a lot. We've kind of heard third hand. Well, we've kind of heard your like the messages you relayed, but what's the more immediate status? Like, is the rebellion kind of slow? Not the rebellion itself slowing down, but like, is something? There was some word of potentially the higher up on the other end. He was potentially sick or something? What's the status? of
Indeed,
that?
there is a sickness going about on the upper echelons of society. It has not been made publicly known as to not draw up any more morale for the rebellion side, and I have maintained that while it would be advantageous, our company is not choosing sides at this moment, although we are mostly working with the rebellion side. So we are not directly going to influence the sides of the war. We will allow them to choose when to make this information known to the public.
But the higher ups in the rebellion know this information.
They do.
As someone who's kind of on the outside, is an outside party, do you buy it? Does it seem like this is some kind of ploy to like? Does it?
There
seem
has been a legitimate concern that this is actually just a ploy to cause the rebellion to spearhead their movement faster in order to try to take advantage of this sickness, in order to lure them into a trap, so that they might cut the heads off the snakes during this initial wave when the morale is high and they are riding their adrenaline. But we in our society have prided ourselves on getting 100% accurate recounts. And while I was not myself the one to discover this information, I found doctoral records noting treatment for a very mysterious unknown sickness. It is almost feeling not like a typical sickness, but some sort of curse.
Now we care about 100% certainty, but does the other side care about 100% certainty? Do you know? Have you heard any whispers about a plan to take advantage of it in the immediate future, or are they kind of?
Those sort of battle plans drawn within the minds of the Great Liberator are not known to us. Our conversations are very brief and only get down to at-hand notifications, not potential future plans. While they do place a great deal of trust in our information gathering, they still keep us at arm's length, to some extent. We usually go through at least 1 to 2 middlemen before information finally reaches the recipient's intended ears. And we have had this system for quite some time. It has not failed us on either side yet. But to get to your point, in regards to this mysterious sickness, or mayhaps curse, it is something that is plaguing a very few number of the higher ups of society. Not only does it infect the tyrant under the cruel sky, but some of his appointed right-hand men and lieutenants.
So I do say I kind of ping over to Kellis. It's not like a squid thing. At least
Or it
if
might be
is real.
if
If it's legit.
it might be just a squid thing if it's just.
But if other people are suggesting, because the only 2 squids in the city, as far as we know, are the 2 at the head of each organization.
In total, I count number of people who are currently afflicted by this ailment 3. One of which being the tyrant, and the other 2 being his immediate lackeys. I have not interacted with them directly. So.
Do we know anything about them? The lackeys?
The lackeys,
Or
well.
are they anonymous?
Well, no. Their profiles are too large for them to remain anonymous. They make frequent public appearances with company of the tyrant, and sometimes off on their own conducting business in his name.
This the arch that's being created.
Hmm.
How close is it to being finished? Last time I spoke to your counterpart when he was telling me about the information.
Ah,
he's-
yes, the blueprints that I was managing to keep my eyes on them. According to what it looks like, the materials required, they are going to be finishing this sometime before, just before year's end. So, December.
You don't by any chance? Can you by any chance write down the blueprints that you saw?
It
Or
would
do
be a
you-
sketch from my own memory. Many of the details would be foggy, to say the least. While I pride myself as an informant, I do not have a photographic memory.
Of course.
Was this something we could have seen when we were approaching the city? Is this that big a thing, or what kind of arch was it?
The archway itself is an impressive size. However, there are a number of things to keep it out of visibility of the common folk. There is a barrier around the construction project that makes it anything on the interior not visible to those on the exterior. Besides, it is also within the upper crust city, so the actual physical walls would also block a majority of the line of sight.
While you're gathering information on the name that I told you, could you also gather information of a professor from the university that they have here? Professor Xander Tricidus? Tracidus?
When you want information of what nature, there are many things I can pry into. Love life, typical diet.
No, none of that. Just more his day to day, if he still works at the university. What last time I dealt with him, he was helping out the Style Secretaria, so if he still does that type of work.
I can
Things like
certainly
that.
pry if it's something as simple as his associations. It will not take very long, but the information gathered will be just as shallow.
Yeah, just just his whereabouts and things like that. If he still teaches, he's an elf, so I know he probably is still alive. So
Someone made him.
unless
Otherwise,
made him not alive, yeah, I guess so. We're gonna be staying at the Obsidian Peds.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have this information that you could share.
I would personally, and from colleague to colleague, not stay there for too long. There are many peepholes within the walls of that tavern.
Did you suggest another one?
I would suggest that many of the locations around here have eyes and ears of folks you would not want to have keeping eyes and ears on. Now, the PIDS is very, very under scrutiny and observation. Even the washroom. So there is very little in terms of privacy there. So if you've spoken of any secretive tasks within those walls, it is ill-advised to continue to do so. The Jade Glory is not that much better, but it is a matter of intensity. Honestly, the best bet you would have would be to be not sleeping within any of the established taverns in the first place, but if you must, I would suggest changing out of your current attire, making yourself look like the peasantry, and sleeping among the dogs, so to speak. There are still going to be not literal dogs. The working class citizens, they will have room and board. Now, while you will still be maybe observed, it is going to be by the rebellion. They do not want to have spies amongst their midst, and any clientele who look too suspicious, they will keep an eye out so that any rebellion-related sensitive information is not being spied upon by people of the magically inclined. So, while your privacy is not going to be exactly stable or existent, at least the information is not going to be going towards people who would use it to do you harm. If anything, it kind of makes you a bit more endearing. If you're trying to get an audience with the Liberator himself, make yourself look like one of the people of the soil. So, if you are indeed going to spend the rest of your night in the PIDs, I would highly recommend you keep your mouth shut and say nothing.
I would have pinged Laszlo Dodal the second they said that. It's just like, keep quiet. We might be being watched at the room might be under surveillance. So
They're just playing. They're playing
I ping you
Connect
back with the
4.
affirmative.
Playing Connect 4. Damn it!
You just hear spider sounds, and then you hear. Oh, sorry. What am I looking for? We're doing what?
we're just in general like apparently that whole location might be compromised. We have to
Compromise how?
as in that our room could be being scried on at the very moment, and for all we know.
Ooh. I'm 200 spiders, so I'm playing the part still. Okay. I'll case the joint.
I'll also give
That-
the.
See if there's
I'll
any
I'll also
stuff.
send the bare minimum of what we learned. Like basically we're sending out the word to get ding. Do you guys have
Mm.
questions for our contact?
Do you want to let them know about like me and Laszlo, or?
I actually to the contact, or to Silas, disguising someone magically in this area to get out of the city and go back.
To get out of the city.
Mostly just to head down towards the people. Would we have any eyes on us specifically?
You are new faces from around other lands, so naturally, the moment you've come into the city, you've had eyes upon you, be they guards or someone in a high tower with a high magnification lens or magic.
I go
So
out on the balcony and I just start looking out and eating beer nuts. If
there,
Assumed.
you could have ordered them if you wanted. As you look out onto the balcony, nightlife around this is as hoity-toity as you could probably imagine it to be. The people around here are not drunken revelers,
Yep.
but you know, it's the fanciest white girl wasted you could ever see, which is not very high class society. But specifically going back to Salus in the hidden room, there is if you intend to move to a new location in future nights, there is a establishment known as the Juicy Gorilla. I'd highly recommend that you rather stay there rather than over at the PIDs. There is an individual who goes by the name of Dor. The proprietor, while he is not a member of our establishment, he is let in on a couple of surface level secrets. He will keep an ear out for particular kinds of juicy gossip that is not going to be just idle housewife chatter, if you know what I mean. If you would like to listen to some of those, you will request a lemon salmon from his menu. It is not on the actual menu, and there's no actual salmon.
Well, I guess we're going back there tomorrow.
Yeah.
We stayed there last night.
We have
actually.
I think we should stay where we are just for the night for the
Yeah,
sake
no,
of.
tomorrow we should definitely leave.
I would also recommend that if you were to do any kind of item procurement in the upper districts, that you do so with a very stingy purse. I say this because large quantities of gold being used to purchase big top-of-the-shelf items will get unwarranted attention. As very interesting as they might be, just be cautious of buying very large items. Potions of the sort, maybe not so big a deal, but big suit of armor that lets you fly or something would draw attention, good or bad.
Alright, guys, I gotta go. You guys, yeah.
No, we're wrapping up soon anyways.
Alright, cool. I'll see you guys next week.
See
Bye.
ya.
User disconnected from your channel.
But did you have any further questions before I let you go?
No, other than the question, I guess the same question like Carlos asked. What should we look out for as far as like assigned from you? Or will that be?
We will make contact, depending on the nature of the message, be it from making contact with the rebellion leader or with his former compatriot. If it is the former, with the rebellion leader, I must work through many different middlemen in order to get this information to you. So you will not be hearing from me directly. If it is from the latter, with his former compatriot, I will be a bit more direct. Maybe not face to face. You may receive a knock at your respective domicile when the time comes. But other than that, we will keep things away from face-to-face interactions in public as much as possible.
Got it.
And if you ever need to contact me, you may do so with a magical notification. Just be aware that you might be throwing messages out and other people may try to snag the line. So
I wanted to use the phrase "the wires are tapped," but that doesn't really apply to magical fantasy.
There's a magical wiretap. It can be a thing.
I'm saying the reference for that analogy doesn't make sense in a world without
Are
electricity.
you wearing a message spell? That doesn't work. Like,
if you have any sort of particular inclinations for fine artifacts and pottery, I usually bounce between certain taverns, usually either the Jade Glory or the Juicy Gorilla. Rarely do I ever go to the pits.
is it like the Ritz but with a P?
PIDZ?
The PIDS. Okay.
Yeah.
Many peepholes at the PIDS hotel. Okay.
In any case, I would recommend trying to maintain distance between us. I will allow you to leave this place first before I leave sometime afterwards, as to not draw too much attention from us walking out of an alley together. But if that is the last of your questions, I surmise that you'll be hearing from one of our middlemen sometime very soon. You can probably expect a message regarding contacting the rebellion leader sometime tomorrow late evening. And the other one, regarding your compatriot's friend, will be relatively up in the air, especially if they do not want to be found. And with that, I bid you a good evening. Any gestures for you guys to leave first?
All right, we get out.
From the interior side, you can see his little barrier that helps to prevent prying eyes is beginning to flicker and fade as he is preparing to collapse this little hidey hole of his. When you leave, you pass through the barrier once more, feeling like you just ran your hand through petroleum jelly, but not leaving any residue. He leaves and exits through the other side of the alley, causing his little hidey dimension and divinity preventing wall from scrying, collapsing all of them in his wake. We're gonna probably go ahead and leave it off there, because I know you guys got things to do on Father's Day. We're gonna leave it off on the late evening of the 26th of the month. Actually, I should write down... Well, I'll put 11 o'clock p.m. Sounds about right.
Would Leslie just be able, before we end, just like case the room properly and put like, is there any like, are there peepholes? Are there things that I can, feasibly block up?
They're not literal peepholes.
Okay.
They are just, maybe the two guys waiting outside your door are just putting their ears against the door. There could be magical divination used.
Spider sound. Okay.
But yeah, they're not literal peepholes. Alright, so